Okay, start recording, right, Joshua?
Still cannot. I still don't have the permission.
Hello, Mr. Wei.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Hi, everyone. Would be nice if everyone can just turn on your camera so that supposedly, I think this session we should have been doing it at your place today. So unfortunately, with MCO 2.0, we have to do it online. So maybe can I have Miss Hayati?
Yes.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, hi, nice to meet you. I saw your a lot of your emails coming in. So my name is Leo. Is that everyone already?
We still have a few more. One of them, Mixon, basically Kumar Govindaraju will be coming slightly late. He'll be joining a bit late. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. How's everyone on the first day of MCO?
So far, so
So yeah, everyone can just
nothing to complain.
and the video. So of course, anything what do you call that? Because the session's supposed to be interactive. I will always also ask your questions, pass some of here. Oh, no webcam, of course, no problem. So and some of the sessions later, you will actually do a breakout room. You will break out into smaller rooms where you will have further discussion. So before I begin, may I know everyone knows everyone in this? Since all of y'all are from Berjaya UC, so everybody knows everybody.
Yes.
Okay, but we don't know y'all. You don't know us. Okay. Besides, I've seen Miss Hayati's name before. I think the rest of you is very new. Maybe once we have everyone in, we can also do a slight ice breaking. So I get to know who is in the house. Okay. Is that everyone already?
Yeah, I can. You want me to start with the ice breaking first?
Oh, 谢谢.
So, Miss Hayati, shall I start now? I mean, is that everyone already?
I'm guessing Dr. Chris is not in yet. Yes. Can you just chat with her for a while? Hold on, yeah.
Okay. So, sure. So let me also turn on my share screen. Everybody looking at my screen now? All good?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ronald. Maybe it will be great if everyone, maybe just if you cannot turn on the camera, you give me a response on the chat group. Either put a good or some response like yes, yeah, or like Miss Hayati, you just put the emoji so that I know everyone is still with us.
Okay, Mr. Leo, I think most of us are here. Maybe you can just start. But as I mentioned to Brandon, we'll be recording the session, right? Just in case if we want to proceed in giving the video to the top management for them to see.
Oh, no problem. We are also
Okay.
recording on our side.
Okay.
Okay, cool. So welcome everybody. I see besides, so there will be 15 of you. There are 4 of us here. So my name is Leo. I'm from TraitQuest. In the Zoom chat, we also, or the Zoom room, we also have Brandon. Brandon, say hi. Okay. And of course, we will go.
Hi, sorry.
So, and then we have Joshua.
Hello.
And Bruce. Bruce is our intern, and he was a student with you all. So I think many of you all will know him. And he mentioned
Hello.
that a lot of them knows you as well.
Hello, my dear lecturer.
Okay, cool. So maybe Miss Hayati, can I pass the ball to you so that we know who is in the room, or you can call out their names, just to quick intro. Basically, let's say if we get to know what they teach or what faculty maybe, then if you cannot turn on your video, it's fine. Yeah.
I think it's better for me to pass the baton to each of the lecturers. Okay. So maybe as a start off, we might want to pass the baton to Dr. Chris. Dr. Chris Ong. Let's see. Okay. Dr. Chris, are you here? Because I texted her and she mentioned that she's in. Okay, hold on, yeah.
I
No,
don't
right?
think so. She's in.
No, right? Yeah.
No.
Maybe the second in hand, Ronald. Maybe you can introduce yourself.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ronald. I am the head of program for the degree program. I teach basically beverage courses, beverage barista, beverage operations and management for degree. And I also do honor seminar series, which is a final year subject for bachelor in hospitality, tourism, culinary, and events management. So I cover all discipline.
Sure. Then you pass the baton to the next person.
Devi?
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dewi. I'm teaching hospitality school. Mostly I'm teaching bachelor in their senior year.
Thank you, Devi. Pass
See
the
who's here, Liana.
Hi, my name is Liana. I'm teaching events management, basically softwares and event design.
Thank you, Liana.
Okay. Next will be Nabila.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nabila. So basically, I'm teaching tourism management subjects, specifically in travel and technology, ticketing, and tourism planning.
Okay, thank you, Nabila. Pass to the next person.
Erin?
Hi, Aaron. Are you here? Hello. Maybe the next person.
Okay, maybe Ikram?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Wow, very good.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, Bruce, how are you, Bruce? Nice to see you. I was so surprised when I saw your picture.
Yes, hello, sir. I'm the intern here now.
Very good, very good. Okay, anyway, my name is Aidil Ikram. I'm from School of Hospitality. Basically, I teach food and beverage operation subjects. Yep, that's all from me.
Okay, maybe
next one, maybe Justin.
Hello, hi everyone.
Hi, Justin.
My name is Justin, and I'm also from School of Hospitality. So same like Ikram, I'm teaching food and beverage operations subject. Okay, for both diploma and degree. Yep, that's all from me. Next person.
Hmm.
I need to see the participant list. Who else haven't? Ronald Binati.
And then Liping maybe? Liping or Gobin?
Okay, Liping.
Liping, can you on your speaker?
Yes, I can. Can you give me a moment? I need time to, because of the internet connection. I hope everyone realized that. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Liping. I teach Rooms Division for both diploma and degree. Gobin, please.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I'm Gobin here. I teach for diploma and degree students of hospitality and also event school. My area of specialization is of course F&B and some management subject. I also take care of internship matters coordinator for the school. Thank you. I think next can be Hazwani.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. So my name is Hazwani. So same with Ikram and Justin. One of my subject is the FMB subject, and then I do also teach one of the management subjects and introduction subjects. All my subject is for diploma students. That's all. Next is Kit.
Hi everyone, my name is Kit. I'm from the School of Tourism. I teaches events management subjects, mainly degree. Okay, that's all from me. I'm also on leave today, so my face is a bit, so that's why my webcam is off. Next person is Ban.
Hi, this is Joban from School of Tourism. I teach tourism and events. Yeah, that's all from me. Thank you. I would like to pass to Ruben.
Hello, thank you. Right, the name is Ruben. So I teach tourism and events also for diploma and degree, but more so like subjects like convention sales or selling of a venue, tourism management. So yeah, these are some of the courses that I do teach. Thank you. And I think I'll pass it back to Mr. Aaron again.
Thank you, Ruben.
Is it? Right. My name is Aaron. I mainly teach diploma student. Mostly is from event management to event planning and monitoring on their event projects. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Maybe you pass to the next person.
Oh, wait. Who else have not?
Maybe you can pass to Dr. Chris. Dr. Chris is in already.
Yeah, probably Dr. Chris.
I used to teach in all this while for more than 20 over years in hospitality and tourism plus events in KDU and Taylors, dealing with internship and student services in Berjaya Universities, then transferred to business school to teach most of the business subject, and then back to hospitality and tourism again. Welcome to Berjaya University College, Leo and Brandon.
Thank you, Dr. Chris.
Yeah. Thank you.
Maybe you can pass to the next person.
Who else? Maybe you all can volunteer if you have not mentioned anything rather than calling your name. Hello?
Mixon? You already in?
Yeah, I just got in. Hi, guys. Sorry for my late joining, but yet again, glad to be here.
No problem. Thank you so much for coming in. So what we are doing now is an introduction session. I think you'll just come in time. Maybe you can introduce what do you teach or which school or faculty you're from. Hello? Hello?
Yep.
Oh.
Mixon, can you introduce yourself?
Okay. name is what one is informed, and my real name is Kumaran Govindaraju. I'm a food and beverage trainer. I've been working for Berjaya Uni for about a year plus now. But prior to that, I was with the industry, and prior to that, also I was in teaching as well. So I'm teaching cost control subject and also hospitality related subjects.
Okay, thank you so much. I think I don't have Bobby. I saw the name, but I didn't hear the introduction from Bobby yet.
Leo, Bobby is Joshua.
Hey, sorry, so sorry.
Jeez, I didn't realize my name was changed.
Okay.
I'm Joshua.
And I think the last person will be Tai Ah. Oh no, wrong person, is it? Okay, never mind. So, yeah, Miss Hayati, yourself?
I think the person that you actually mentioned is Tan Chu Kwan, one of the lecturer. Maybe he can actually introduce himself.
Is he?
Supposedly just now his name is appearing.
Oh yeah, but I think he left.
Okay.
Maybe yourself, the last but not least, we another person joining.
Okay, as mentioned, my name is Ariati. I'm one of the lecturer from the School of Hospitality, Faculty of Hospitality and Tourism, teaching slightly weird subject. Basically, previously I taught nutrition, but now it's more towards nutrition plus hospitality subject. So yeah, and I'm also one of the head of program for Diploma in Hotel Management.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much, everyone. So as mentioned earlier, for some of you who came in late, from our side, there are 4 of us. So myself, I'm Leo. I will be the facilitator for the program today. It's a crash course because we only got 4 hours from your valuable times. Then we have Brandon. Brandon is supporting on the business side, but he will be assisting me throughout this 4 hours program. And then we have Joshua, whose name now changed to Joshua. Earlier was Bobby. And of course, Bruce. Bruce, as many of you are familiar, he is one of your ex-students who is now our intern here in TraitQuest. So without further ado, thank you so much for everyone coming to the session. So before we begin, if anything that you're not clear throughout these 4 hours, feel free to reach out to any of us. You can also leave a message on the chat. So we want to also practice what we preach. So we have designed a very simple gamification element, which is point-based for this workshop. So everyone is looking at the screen now, you have 5 options to earn points, and all of the facilitators will be monitoring the points. So at the end of the session, we will also have a leaderboard, the highest score. The highest score will actually have a prize from us. I will share on the slide shortly. So the first part is you can ask questions. So we always encourage participants to ask any questions that's relevant to the workshop, right? Or even relevant to the slide. The second part is answer question, which is me, your facilitator will ask some question. The reason why I wrote down all your names, of course, so afterwards I will also call out your names. And sometimes I will do a recap during the session. The third part will be provide suggestion. Let's say if you have anything that you want to add on, if you have any ideas, if you have heard something somewhere or you understand something somewhere you want to share to the group, so feel free to chip in as well. Of course, we're also looking at punctuality. So during the workshop session, there will be breaks. There will be 5 minutes toilet breaks, phone breaks, or anything that you do on your laptops. So when you come back after that 5 minutes, we also look at punctuality. And last but not least is switch on camera and stay on for 4 hours. So I know some of you all may not be able to do the switching on camera. Just to share with you, the reason we are doing this because when it's online, I mean, throughout MCO last year till now, we realized that this is actually one of the very important points where you need to get, or it's very hard to get the participant to sit in front of the camera, look into camera and stay on, right? Of course, a lot of us are adult learners here, and you will have the tendency to do a lot of things on your laptop or on your own. Of course, we hope that you pay attention to the workshop, all right? Any questions so far? So feel free to use the chat because, yes, Ruben, I saw you raised hand.
Yes, I want to earn the 100 points first. I'm just checking. If let's say we know.
Thank you, Ruben.
Let's say in this case, I cannot on my camera, right? Do I get like half the points?
Sorry,
discounted.
You did not turn on the camera, is it?
Yeah, like so, like now I can't turn on the camera. Do I get like half the points if I stay on for 4 hours?
Throughout the session, we will look at your what do you call that? Your appearance, right? I think we will be able to track throughout your 4 hours. I think we can discuss among ourselves and award half. Brendan, can we do that? Hello, Brendan.
I can check some.
Can.
For your information, I can't see any of you. I'm looking at my own screen, right? Okay. Okay, cool. So thank you, Ruben. So Ruben gets his first one. Yes, it all starts now. So actually,
Ruben has 10 points for now.
Award for Ruben. Okay, bonus point earning throughout the workshop. Of course, we encourage you all to also come on our Facebook, follow us on LinkedIn. If you are very adventurous, competitive, and you would like to do the extra mile, selfie with the session, you post on the Facebook, tag us under TraitQuest Gamification, you earn also extra points. So for Ruben, this is some extra points as well. Okay, cool. So throughout this session, I will also walk you through why we are doing this in this early part of it, all right? So this is for the winners. So we have our 2 books because we were thinking what are the reward that will be more appropriate, and since most of you are in education lecturers, I think books will be more of your next best companion. So we decide that top 2 winners, we will give out these 2 books. We will see when after the session, we will discuss how to deliver to you, all right? But these are the 2 books that we will be giving to the top 2 winner, all right? So the agenda. So we have, are we still on time? Yes, we are still on time. We have done the earlier session, which is the ice breaking. Then we have 5 chapters that I have concise and compressed it for you all today. There will be chapter 1 and 2 for 1 hour, for the next 1 hour. Then we will do a 5 minutes break. So after the break, we come back and we have chapter 3 and 4, another break. Then we do chapter 5, and then there will be a recap and end. As mentioned, 4 o'clock onwards, chapter 5, in actual fact, will be a breakout room. We will break you into smaller rooms with all of us being the facilitator. So feel free to fully utilize the sessions later. Any question before I begin? Shall I begin? All good? Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, so a little bit of introduction for those of you who doesn't know us. Of course, we have spoken to Dr. Chris earlier. So at TraitQuest, we offer we focus more on our employee employment kind of engagement in gamification. In actual fact, Berjaya Group is your Berjaya Group is actually currently engaged with us with our service. If you are in their Berjaya Development Program, which they have run every year, they are actually also using our service as well. So this is mainly we are doing it for employees and for organization. But gamification itself is very versatile. we also are looking, I mean, after speaking to Dr. Chris, we also look into doing it for learners. So not necessarily only education, but learning as well. So for this purpose, we have prepared this workshop as gamification in learning. So chapter 1, so we are looking at learning styles, user types, and habits to change. So learning is a very interesting subject. I think is very relevant to all of you. When whatever today, like myself, I hope that you will be bringing back something, being it that you know all of us, or being it that you can learn some of this methodology framework that you can bring back in your teaching, right? So learning styles are very important. Besides learning style, the next part will be the user type. So these are the important notes that I want all of you to start with before going into the gamification. Going into the gamification, in actual fact, you are experiencing it in the earlier part where Ruben raised his hand and earned a point. But these are some encouragement. So we will deep dive into a little bit of the theoretical. I want you to understand a little bit. Feel free to stop me throughout any time, right? To ask me any questions. Of course, bear in mind, I will call out your names and ask you questions, so to make sure that you're paying attention, right? So why gamification in learning? Anyone have any question, any answers for that? You remember, answering question has points. Why are we sitting here on Wednesday, right, in the MCO at the comfort of your home, learning about this subject or understanding about gamification in learning? Anyone, before I go on?
To gain better engagement.
Gain better engagement, and that is Dr. Chris, is it?
So I have point.
So I have to see who is it. Thank you, Dr. Chris. All right, so we have 2 persons now, right? Yes, gain better engagement, you are right. So being a person who teach, who deliver, I would say, content, we always want engagement from the user, from the participant. So that is one of the main things. But adapting from this person named Carl Karp, he has wrote a book on gamification of learning and instruction field books. So like what Dr. Chris said, maybe it's cool, awesome, fun, right? Engagement, or everyone is doing it. Or because if I put gamification in, then learning will be effortless. Or everyone loves games, right? It's easy to design. So to let you all know, this is not the right reason. This is part of the fun reason, but this is not the reason why we are doing it. I will share with you later why, all right? But what is gamification? This will be the question maybe all of you will ask, right? We are sitting here today. What would be the difference between games or even game-based learning and gamification? I think it's important to understand the definition so that you can differentiate it, right? First of all, games, if I were just to go straight to the focus part, then you will have a better idea the differentiation between all of these pillars. In game, on the first one, the focus is on player experience, the how, right? These are generally for all game. Whatever game that you are doing, a simple game like Chongkak, a simple game like chess, the purpose is the experience. Is it fun? Is it playing with both 2-person player or more player base? It can be for any purpose. Now, the next thing is serious game. So the serious game is very common in learning, which is more into medicine, where you have simulation. If you have seen some medical schools that they have started doing simulation virtual, VR, virtual reality, or even AR, augmented reality, or even serious games for recruiting soldiers in United States. Back in few years, a few years back, they have a program. They actually recruit these sniper shooters or even soldiers from games. they create these shooting games, and everyone who scored the highest, of course, the accuracy and all that, they recruit them as a sniper. And it's proven to be a very good recruitment. First of all, they are very, very, what do you call that? They are very good at what they do because of the game. In actual fact, of course, there are some training, some implementation to go on. The second part also, serious games are designed for other purpose. So you see the difference from game now transition to serious game. Now, in your category that you will be most interested or even you want to know more will be game for learning and game-based learning. So game for learning and game-based learning are pretty similar in except the grammatical or for learning and base learning, but the objective or the focus will be slightly different. Game for learning will be based on content and message, which is the what, but game-based learning is the learning objective, slightly going to the how. So you see the arrangement from game towards game-based learning, game for learning is a transitioning from how to what, and then going back to how. Okay, bear in mind, the slide will be shared to you at the end of the session. So you can read through it. If you don't understand, we can go through it, all right? But I want you to have a basic definition to differentiate between these few, what do you call it, keywords. Because if you're not sure or not clear about this, when we say gamification, the next question you ask me, why are we not in a game or a simulation? Why are we not playing something, right? Because gamification itself just means game, then I'm supposed to start playing something. So in actual fact, now we go to the last part. The gamification part is to use the game element. So I will go through more deeper on the next slide. Any question on this slide so far?
So far, okay.
Thank you, Ikram. Okay, so we will continue. So Dr. Chris is super accurate on this. The keyword here is engagement and motivation. All right. How many of y'all have seen this chart or know what this chart is? For those of you who did not turn on the camera, maybe we can do a 1 and 0 or yes or no. So those who of you have seen this chart or know what this chart is, can you please give me a yes? And have not seen or don't know what this chart is, can you give me a no?
No.
Thank you.
Never seen before.
Okay. Everyone know? No? All right. Brandon, you have to help me to look at the chat now because I don't see it, okay? So what this chart tells you is what we call the state of flow. You see the keyword here on top right corner is flow. That flow means any activities learning to happen, all right, especially in learning, is when you have high challenge level and high skill level and you have a good flow. So if you look at the definition, is the mental state of operation in which a person performing an activity is fully immersed. Basically, what it means is when you're doing something, cooking, for example, any one of you cook? Stupid question, right? Many of y'all will cook during this time, right? So comparing cooking nasi lemak and cooking a Maggi mee, right? That will be using this perfectly answering it. If you find that cooking nasi lemak is very difficult, there's cooking the curry sauce, frying the ikan bilis, making the rice to form it. So there's a very high challenge level, right? But because many of us may not have that skill to do it, so you have low skill level, probably is apathy or boredom. Can you see how this chart is being used? Or now, if you're a chef, I know a lot of you are in hospitality, F&B, and if you can cook, and if you're asking that chef to just cook Maggi mee, so you have high skill level, but low challenge. That's what this chart is all about, all right? So what is a good learning in terms of usage is high challenge and high skill level. And that can achieve through gamification. Of course, it can be achieved through a lot of other methods, but in this context, gamification. And what we want to achieve is engagement and motivation. So far, so good. Is it difficult to understand? No, huh? Permission to go on? Okay, thank you. So now back to Carl Cup again. So in actual fact, why gamification in learning is not the reason that we have seen earlier, but for this reason, creating interactivity in learning delivery, which is like what we are doing now. There's interactivity. Overcoming disengagement, what Dr. Chris mentioned earlier. Providing opportunities for deep thoughts and reflection. As educator, isn't that what we want to achieve, right? We want the participant or anyone that's receiving to put in deep thoughts and reflection and come out with a better outcome, right? So we talk about thinking, how we think. We talk about critical thinking, analytical thinking, all types of thinking. Even I think most recently, we talk about creative thinking, which is not a new topic at all. Many of y'all will realize creative thinking has been backdated for the past 20 years ago. But these are the opportunities for deep thoughts and reflection in using gamification for learning. So it's no longer just one-way delivery, but it's a two-way. All right? And last but not least, positively change behavior. So positively change behavior will also means example, punctuality. Example, asking questions, answering questions. Because, of course, at the end of the session, you will also realize it's not a silver bullet. Doesn't mean, okay, I put icing on top of the cake, then the cake will be tasty, right? The icing is something that will attract. It will be aesthetically beautiful, attract me to come and look at it. I will want to eat it. Then the real deal is on the pudding, on the inner side of it. But if I were to loosely describe, gamification can be as the icing on top. Okay, any questions so far? All good? Yes, now I'm looking at some of the chats. Yes, Maslow hierarchy of needs. Why did I miss that? Brandon, you have to tell me that.
I think what Ronald mentioned just now, it was the remember the previous slide that you showed that you asked anyone have seen this before.
Oh.
So I believe what Ronald is actually trying to match back the Maslow hierarchy of needs itself. Is it correct, Ronald?
Yes. I was looking at that, referring to Maslow and then comparing it with engagement and motivation chart just now.
Yeah, thank you, Ronald. So, of course, I have to say there are a lot of theories, there are a lot of models that we will use, but in essence or back to basic, yes, these are Maslow hierarchy of needs. You can actually compare it. We will use some of the comparison later in the slides as well. Okay? Let me just close. All right. So, we actually have a good opening on thinking. And when we talk about thinking, then we like to use this model called the brain dominance thinking model. Remember, before coming into this session today, Ms. Hayati actually sent all of you to the assessment online that you have done. That is part of the brain dominance where we understand a little bit more about your thinking style. All right, because we believe that how we think influence and affect how we learn. If just quoting an example, if your students are most of them very on the upper right yellow color, they are holistic, intuitive, integrating, synthesizing. If these are their thinking process, and if you use a methodology of your approach will be very organized, sequential, planned, and detailed. Basically, what we call in this field is you are not using the way that they learn. Another model that many of you may be familiar and which is popularized in NLP would be the VAK. the visual, audio, and kinesthetic. I'm pretty sure most of you will be a little bit more familiar with that, right? Okay, so when you talk about VAK, visual, audio, kinesthetic, is how the participant will absorb, will learn. Now, when we come back to thinking, it's the similar approach. When you want to understand your deliverables in your material, in your learning, in your approach, the best approach, of course, is to encompass all four of this model. When you have the upper left, upper right, the lower right, and the lower left. Okay, we can go through this in another session, but this would give the basis of the gamification, because the basis of the gamification is to understand what are the user type and the learning style. And eventually you will have the habit to change, the habit of learning. Of course, when sometimes this model also explains very well what are the preference as a teacher or as a trainer or even as a lecturer would like to use. So you will realize sometimes you will maybe more upper left, you are more of the fact-based, quantitative, you like to give out a lot of data, analytical. But when you have participant or user on the other spectrum, then they may not receive it or they may not understand it very well. All right, so then this is very important when we talk about learners' retention. Whatever they have learned, how they can able to retain. All right, I don't want to talk about exam, right? I think the exams, quiz are just a result of learning. But once you are able to retain what you learn, then the application comes next. So going back to a little bit more trainer perspective, when we talk about the Kirkpatrick's model, anyone familiar with Kirkpatrick's model?
Not really.
So Kirkpatrick's model talks about how we, oh yes, Justin, yes or no? Oh no, okay, no, thank you. So Kirkpatrick's model talk about how we teach, right? How we teach is either understanding. The first level is understanding. Whether you understand or not, whether you understand this or not, whether you understand this model or not, that's first level. Second level is whether can I remember, right? Understand and remember is two different approach. Then the third level is application, which is more the thinking part. Can I use this to create another thing? And the fourth model is more on the ROI, the monetary part. But up to the third level is where we want to achieve as a practitioner to teach to for learner, even for trainer. All right. I use this loosely interchange between lecturer and trainer because I find there's some similarity. What we want to achieve is so that your Bloom's taxonomy, yeah, thank you. It's actually very similar, yes. So Kirkpatrick's model talk about learning. Bloom's taxonomy talks about the hots and the lots. Am I right? Yeah, this is testing something out of the context. So yeah, Bloom's taxonomy talk about how the higher order thinking and all that. But Kirkpatrick model talk about once your deliverables, is it just based on understanding how you measure your deliverables? So that would be the different approach. But coming back to this, why I brought this up slightly technical, because I believe that understanding how we think and how we learn is important. This will set the basis of how you will start designing your gamification if you want to use it in learning. So far, so good. For those of you who do not understand, this is something out of my module. You can Google Bloom's taxonomy, or we can actually discuss and talk about it later as well. Okay. So now, after understanding how we think and how we learn, you also will need to understand there are different user type in playing in games. All right. So Bartle will have these 4 quadrant to differentiate between the players. So what does it mean? So when you play a game, when you engross in the immerse in the experience of gaming, you either fall into the category of killer. So what killer does is they will actually learn by doing group, challenges, competition, and to win. Basically, killers wants to win. You will see killers in some games or even some competition in sports. They will just want to score the highest. They just want to get it done, right? They just want to compete. So these are very killer type of player. In actual fact, we also start to categorize most of the participants today into these 4 categories. We will show later, all right? So killers, you will have different mechanics to apply. So in gamification, the problem is we cannot just say we use points and everyone will work, right? We cannot just use this and then everyone will work. What is the approach is you need to know your user. As for you, you need to know your learner. What are the type of learner that's in your lecture? This is a step ahead, okay, where we do a little bit more homework, of course, but that will ensure better deliverable. That will ensure better engagement, like what Dr. Chris mentioned. That will ensure better interactivity, right? So that's killer. The next one is achiever. Achiever are very much on status, right? Very much on wants to be on top, very much wants to be recognized. So then you have a different mechanics to address to achiever. The third one, blue color, is explorer. Explorer are more of a self-directed. They like to look at the manual. They will like those supporting things that they will explore by themselves. They want to discover. So a surprise, a randomness of mechanics will be very suitable. Or even some games has world building. World building means you explore, like they call it MMORPG, where they can explore, they can go and meet different people, but they are not so much like the socializer. Socializer are those who are, they like to form groups, they have guilds, they have basically joining a club, to put it more simple term. They like to collaborate. So collaboration will be very much the main thing that they like to achieve. They like to work in groups. They like to go to explore in groups. Okay? So by understanding how we think, now you understand a little bit more what are the user type. And combining that, you also have content user type. It's a very similar approach. Yes, the IC personality test, yeah. So to Aaron's question, that is more personality, but we don't dismiss there is some similarity, yes. So the next one will be content user type, where you have people who likes to express, you have people who likes to compete, you have people who like to explore and collaborate. So these models are very similar, by the way. It's a very different model, but I want you to know there are different models outside we use in designing the whole journey. All right. So for gamification to design to happen, it's a journey. We start by one, the next is a very systematic approach. And because it's a systematic approach, it can be repeated. So it can be tested, it can be assessed or measured. So this is what we want from the more systematic approach outcomes. Another model we use is octalysis, and this is very overlapping with the left brain and the right brain. So you have your left brain, who are the people who are more likely to like accomplishment, ownership, scarcity. These are some of the mechanics. And you have the right brain, who are more likely to be empowerment, they like unpredictability, or they succumb to social pressure. So we use this model to understand different type of user sometimes have different type of mechanics to attract them. Of course, bear in mind, besides gamification used in real life as well. We will study a little bit on LinkedIn model later, some case study to understand what are the type of gamification mechanics they do use. Some people will also ask me, or maybe relate that, oh, maybe like now all online e-commerce store. They have sort of games that's there. There's some of ang pao or even the wheel and all that. So that is some form of gamification. But you see, not everyone will like that. Not everyone will enjoy that. Only some people like it. So in the platform, in the system, they will adopt different methodology approach. Okay, so far so good. Will it be too heavy for level chapter 1?
I think Justin has a question. He asked about what's the difference between the approach with Bloom's taxonomy.
Yeah, which I answered quite earlier. Bloom's taxonomy is talking about hots and lots. So Kirkpatrick's model talking about learner's approach.
All right, understood.
Anyone else? Am I good to go?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ikram.
Leo, I think
Yes.
this autolysis is more on the cultural studies to understand, of course, personality and also cultural studies as well for this model.
I'm not sure the one that you mentioned, but Octalysis is a framework used by one of the gamification guru lah. Okay, his name is called Yu Kai Chu. So this is exactly from that side. Probably it's used on another purpose which I'm not aware.
Yeah,
But,
because
this is adaptation from there.
quick one just to add, because it's mentioned avoidance, then empowerment, all this is also part of the the other part of the cultural studies is there. Yeah, just to add on.
Well, thank you very much. So you see, Dr. Chris is earning points and wow. So yeah, I like that. But so in this context, of course, we use it in this manner. Of course, in cultural, in personality, in all that, I think similar model has been reused again. But all these are what we call using the motivation drives that looks into what sort of motivation drive that user, participant, or learner will be reacting to best. So yeah, I think probably similar, because at the end we are still talking about understanding the user or the human civilization, regardless of countries and all that, right? So yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Chris. Okay, and the last few parts of chapter 1 is also when we look into gamification. The next thing we always look into is habit. The best way to design that is to piggyback on habits, which means studying the daily routine, identifying relevant habits, matching habits to unmet needs, and look for emotional situational triggers. So this model looks into more personal, more emotional. So we use this called habit piggybacking. Okay, what does that mean, right? Example, when we look into gamification, the first thing to start, which you will experience at the end of the chapter 4, is to understand your user persona. Or before even understanding your user persona, you understand yourself. Okay, understanding yourself, user persona, you will know some of it is your habit. A good example would be Netflix. Netflix uses a user persona to understand some of the habit of their user. For example, what do they do? What are their demographic? Are they male, female? Are they housewives? Are they probably with kids? Are they working? Are they working very far or working very near? This will help them to target and do the some of the gamification journey that they design, targeted to specifically this group of user with this group of habits. So they have identified maybe women, right, above 40 years old, single, example, and they come home after 8 o'clock from their work because of traffic and all that. Then they know this group of users, they then target them content, Netflix movie content, based on that. So it's a very targeted marketing approach. And the content suggestion or even some of the mechanics they use is very targeted. So we call this piggybacking on habits. Is it okay? We will understand it more when we explore later. So the model we call is called learning. So learning loop is a skill building habit loop. So you will realize there are a lot of models that we apply in the gamification approach. So that's why when I spoke to Dr. Krish, I said 4 hours not enough. Okay, but I think this is a good crash course. At least you have a good introduction. So I want to introduce you some of these model or this framework which you can use to understand more. The learning loop in this case also has a little bit like what Dr. Chris earlier mentioned, the cultural aspect, because they talk about motivation, but the word that they use here is drive, all right? The motivational drive. What are the motivational drive for someone to do something, to learn something, or to develop a skill or a habit, okay? So for this model to work, you start with the cues, the trigger, all right? That will be your starting point. It can be either internal, situational, external. So what does it mean is, what triggers this person or what triggers this habit to start? Smoking is not a good example. Maybe driving rage during traffic jam, all right? All of us drove home, right? You will see some rage drivers. You will see some very calm driver. So for rage driver, they do not drive the whole journey at like a barbarian. They only drive at a certain cues or triggers that will trigger them to be rage, right? Either they cut queue or someone cut into them, or they're being honked, or there will be a very bad traffic jam, or they are hungry, you know. People say hungry, angry will be hangry, right? So these are the cues and the triggers. So what do we do when we are being triggered? We will find repeatable, pleasurable activity. So we will either drive like mad, we will honk back at people, we will scold forward vulgarity, because that is what is pleasurable to that person. So far, so good. Make sense? Anyone experience that?
Yeah. Many times.
Many times, all right. So you can relate to this very well. Actually, I also speak from personal experience. That's why I can explain very well. So, but this is very interesting because it's actually quite in. You can actually measure it. All right. So once you have this pleasurable activity that we do, it's a skill, right? It's a skill building feedback. You will drive probably either recklessly, but you are the one that's driving very skillfully also. You can turn left, turn right, cut into people very skillfully. All right, it's a joke, but it's actually real life scenario. If you compare to a normal driver who drives very calmly, peacefully throughout the whole journey, never have this situation, probably they are not so good at cutting queues or even driving into cutting corners or driving fast, right? Because there's no skill being built. So this is one good example. And the last part will be the progress and investment. Progress and investment sometimes in gamification learning loop, it depends on our mood, yeah. So the progress and investment will be something that you have invested. So this will be applying back to the model like avoidance or the investment of maybe I have already done so much about this, I already know so much about this, I will not want to lose it. Then it will complete the loop and it continues that whole learning loop. So this is a skill habit loop. A lot of our skill set, okay, regardless technical or not, is being sprouted out or emerged by this model. Exercise. We all know exercise is very good. We all know we need to lose weight. We all need to eat healthily. Like Miss Haryati, you are nutrition, right? We all know we need to eat the right food, but we never did it because There's no cue, there's no situation. When you do one-way teaching, this happen needed to be asking question and yeah, correct. So, so exercise is an example because we do not stick to it as a habit because we don't find pleasure in it. We don't find progress and investment in it. Strictly being the intrinsic motivation. So I introduce you to now a new word called intrinsic motivation. It's not there. All we see is, oh, we need to exercise, but maybe after 1 day, 2 days, then no, then we go back. Yeah, then we will not repeat it. Yes. So exercise, if you put into this model, which Fitbit has done some of the gamification, we started to emulate the Fitbit model. Yeah, correct. The transition theory. Thank you, Ronald. I'm not that technical, but I understand this term. All right. So when you apply this model, now you understand a lot of cues, a lot of triggers that we design. We want to piggyback on the habit because it's easier to start. It's not that today I want to do something else is more difficult. It's just that it's easier. So in the example of Netflix earlier, this is what they did. They piggyback on your habit of coming back after work, all right? The user persona of 40 years old and above single lady in the house, got nothing to do, right? Then they piggyback on the habit of they will turn on the television, they will want to find something, or if I can even give another better example, they want to watch Korean drama. I know Malaysian, a lot of people likes to watch Korean drama. So they actually turn this into a learning loop. Because when you turn on the Korean drama, you find this activity pleasurable, then you will do this as a feedback. So instant feedback, Ron's favorite. You will see instant feedback in this to your brain that you feel good. Then if I want to go deeper, your hormones of dopamine, the feel-good factor, then you will follow the drama episode, the progress investment, and this whole journey starts again. Yes, correct, Dr. Chris. But to do online, it's so we also understand sometimes adult learner and students are different. Students doing it because they must. You're right. So because I have to complete my degree, I have to complete my SPM. It's a must, whether I like it or not. But adult learning, or even anything that do with learning, is not really necessary just because I must, but I want to. But what if you can also turn this into students where they want to, so not just being forced to. So of course, this is some of the discussion that we can go on to understand more. Okay. So far, so good, everyone. We are in chapter 2. I think I spend more time, but this side will be faster. So far, so good. Brendan, you need to what do you call that? Alert me when I'm over time. Okay. Okay. So chapter 2 is now we understand why gamification in learning earlier. We talk about, okay, let's do a recap. Can anyone tell me what are the user type? The battle user type.
Killer.
Killer. There are 4 types.
Achiever.
Killer, achiever, socializer, explorer.
Okay. So Ronald earns all the points. Thank you very much. What about so we have learned about the user type. We have also understand a little bit more on the thinking style. We also look into the learning loop. Okay, so these are the first basis that all of us have to be aware when we go into gamification. That is the why. So in chapter 2, we go into the what. What is gamification in learning? All right, and what is best to start off with, what is gamification? Anyone can share what you have understood so far? What is gamification?
Is it's something like a workshop training to for us to learn how to make the learning more fun and engaging.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Chris. So you're right. So the outcome of it is for fun and engaging.
So I received point, right?
Yes, yes, yes. We have someone taking down all the score. So Gobin, I like this from your side. Thank you so much. Gamification is the process of adding game mechanics into non-game environment. So it includes online, website, learning management system. The goal, this is quite very properly written. Give me to engage with consumer, employee, partners to inspire, collaborate, share, and interact. So what Gobin has given is a very proper definition. But of course, gamification can be applied out digitally in your learning example, in your, let's say, when you go back after this short session, if you want to apply some of it, I'm not saying you can't, you still can do it, but please properly design it so that you are aware, because just to give you a statistic, right? Not that I'm discrediting my own self, but a lot of gamification actually failed. A lot of gamification approach actually failed because they only look at these three things, which I'm showing it now: the badges, the points, and leaderboard. So if you look at it, gamification is not just badges, point, leaderboard. You add in, then, oh, I've already done the gamification. All right. So Justin mentioned, Ronald mentioned use of gaming concept in learning. There's incentive to collect. Liana mentioned encourage more engagement with others, so learning will be more fun and fulfilling. Justin mentioned gamification is not looking at end result using quiz and exam. More on learning uses different method to target different type of student. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Liana and Ronald. So it's a combination of what you all just have spoken. I think it's good to also understand sometimes, I would say there's no silver bullets. Many gamification approach did not work because they just thought, oh, I put all these badges, point, leaderboard, done, then I'm done. These are what we call the extrinsic motivation. So I brought this up earlier in chapter 1 of motivation. Motivation has two parts. One is the extrinsic and one is the intrinsic. All right, so we can explore later on the intrinsic motivation. Online marketing technique to encourage engagement with a product or service. Yes, thanks, Dr. Chris. So that is one of it, right? That is on, like I mentioned earlier, is like the icing on the cake. But the gist of it still has to depend on the cake. The cake has to be tasty, right? The icing is tasty, it's nice, it's beautiful, it's sugary coated, but doesn't mean inside is bad, then it will work. So it will still not work. So a few tips, of course, we need to understand the user. We also need to define the objective. Define the objective, what you hope to achieve. Like today, this objective, I also have to define what I hope that you will bring back. Because the topic is so big, I cannot just cram everything to you and expect you to know everything. So I can only expect some of the objective being achieved or being met. So earlier, we also spoke, to recap, we also spoke about unmet needs, piggyback on unmet needs. So what are the needs? So all these techniques, all these products is one of the deliverable channel. But maybe I did not mention that one of the most important point, the outcome is the change behavior. So when we talk about all these encourage, engagement, we talk about all these quiz, we talk about incentive, reward, at the end of it is actually a change behavior. Gamification used a lot in corporates, in learning, like Gobin mentioned, learning management system. Earlier on, we talked about the game of recruitment for soldiers. We talk about simulation for doctors or VR, AR. All this boils down to change of behavior. Okay, there's a theory of learning called behaviorism, constructivism, and there are a few more other theories. So when you talk about all this, gamification focus on behaviorism. All right, so far so good. I shall open the book next. Thank you, Justin. So the main thing we are covering, of course, is the goals, the rules, the feedback, the rewards, and the motivation, which here talks about extrinsic and intrinsic. The goals will be the purpose, what is the focus, what is required. There should always be a purpose in any games. So in gamification, there are three golden rules we always talk about is the purpose, autonomy, and mastery. These are a little bit more theory, all right? But you should know a good gamification has all these elements, the goals, what is it focus, what is the purpose of it? It's not just for fun. Fun is when people playing it, then it's fun. But the purpose of that fun, you have to define it. Next, you are the game master. So you need to set rules. You need to set boundaries, the limitation. Without limitation boundaries, the game will not happen because it's too, people will not react to how you want them to react. Remember this, when we design gamification, all right, be it physical, be it product-based, be it online, people will not react what you expect them to react. They will react how they like to react. Hence, rules become the boundaries and limitation. Okay? Next part will be the feedback. Of course, is acknowledging the user action, showing progress. All these are the main pillars of gamification, why it's being used in so many ways. Gamification terms are nothing new, right? It started since 2010, so a little bit of history. So 2010, a person by the name Jesse Shells, all right, he actually was in a conference, IT conference. He spoke about one day, right? One day when we wake up, okay, early morning wake up, we go to the washroom in front of the mirror, we brush teeth, and we use toothpaste. All this allow us to earn points. All right, this is the first basis he has popularized gamification. And when we eat cereal on the cereal box, all right, we read something, there is a quiz, we answer it, we earn points. Then after that, we take a bus instead of driving and we earn points. What does this whole journey means? Behavior has started to change, right? First, of course, when we brush teeth using toothpaste, we can use any brand. You can use any Dali or any kind of brand, but you use a certain brand. Used to be was product loyalty, all right? I think many of y'all can say, I just like to use that brand because I'm very loyal to that brand. Oh, Dali is this one, everybody knows. New consumer behavior doesn't care about your brand. Brand is important, but it's not what they will go for. They will go for reward. That's why when you buy a certain type of toothpaste, there's free bowl, right? This is very common marketing technique has been used. But a new type of marketing now is very targeted. When Jesse Shells shared his vision 2010, he spoke about earning points and all that. That is very gamification using the element onto non-game. So that's why you see the example is not just playing. The example is also on applying products, applying a certain brand. Why that this person takes bus instead of driving? Because they have this feedback of knowing the purpose is there. So this was the inception of the whole popularization of gamification in 2010. But it took us more than a decade, which is 10 years later, only start to talk about this now here in Malaysia, right? So it takes some time. Last but not least, when we talk about the both will be rewards and motivation. So the details of it we will go through shortly. And most important to remember, I mentioned gamification has three ultimate goals. One is the purpose. The second one will be autonomy. The third one will be mastery. All right, purpose, autonomy, mastery. So hence these two reasons, freedom of choice and freedom to fail, fit into autonomy, which means the user has a choice. The user can do this, the user can do that. And of course, because it's a game, they can fail and start again. Let's say they are level up and they have certain limitation, they can do it again. The freedom to fail. They won't be scared, fail, and then it will cost them something. And this is the flow state. So just now we mentioned the flow. This is the flow state, all right? High challenge, high skill level, you have flow. So that's how learning happens as well. Autonomy is AUTONOMY. Yes, that's correct. Yeah. So mastery is leveling up. For instance, in education, it's a very typical mastery progress where you have diploma, you start from diploma, you go into degree, master, PhD. So it's a mastery. You slowly level up, you gain level 1, I give you something more simpler to do, to learn, to understand, to play. Then you go to level 2, level 3, level 4. So there's a progress. So all these are besides just points, badges, leaderboard. Point badges, leaderboards are the icing that you see. All right. In actual fact, it's the chocolate chips and all those colorful things that you see on top. Yes, mastery people see no limits to their limit. Thank you, Dr. Chris. I'm seeing Dr. Chris earning a lot. She's definitely the killer type user. So gamification, not just about reward. A lot of times we also, because we want the simplest, easiest way out. Okay, what does it mean? Today, when you are not feeling well, besides the COVID, right? Okay, if you wake up, you have headache, what do? You go for Panadol. That is the simplest, easiest way out. But in actual fact, as a nutritionist, Miss Hayati, not necessarily just Panadol will help. It could be some other reasons that's causing you the headache. Maybe you sleep too late, right? Or maybe you have electrolysis imbalance. By the way, I'm a nutritionist also, so that's why I know. That's my profession, right? Okay. So you may have some electrolysis hangover. Yeah, there's a lot of reason, but people don't care. People just want a quick fix. That's where the problem happens. All right. How do I relate to this slide? Most people think that, oh, gamification, I just give reward, it works, right? Look at loyalty points. Loyalty points doesn't really work as a reward. It works only as a quick, maybe certain months, but it will die down. So gamification can never just say it's a reward. But reward is a good start to get people on board, to get people started, okay? This is Malaysian culture, so I cannot deny the fact. But in long term, when you talk about sustainability, yeah, thank you, Ronald. Pokemon Go is one of the best case study that we did. Pokemon Go people go around, gather those days, right? Spend all those time, even spend money to pay for something without actually having any reward at the end. Yeah. So that is one of the best case study. Nothing to do with just reward. But if to start off reward, of course, gamification also allows you to include things like status, access, power, and stuff. So for you to design it, reward, you have to remember it's also a part of the element, but it's not the only element. Because you're looking at something long. Learning doesn't only start in doesn't only do, okay, example, it's not only these 4 hours learning will happen. Learning happen after that. So if you want that happens longer, more sustainable, you need to start designing it into a journey. That's why we always say you cannot just use reward. Reward is there to just onboard them, to get them kick-started, to let them know there's something. But in order for that whole journey to progress, to continue, you need all these other elements. So far, so good? So with all this, we have come up with a different model, like I shared with Dr. Chris earlier, or even earlier of my presentation. One of the model is called game thinking. Game thinking model comprises of these 4 elements: the design thinking, game design, system thinking, and agile. So that combination comprises to game thinking. This is one model, by the way. Next model is just a simple 11 steps model where you will see, I want to show you this because there are overlapping ideas behind. Everything starts with setting goal, defining behavior, fitting to players, rules and recognition. Then only you go on and then you check behavior. So the process is quite similar when you study across all different models. This is another model where you have also start by looking into the user type, looking into the planning and the design development. So the most basic part, of course, you answer the W, what, why, who, how, all right, and the when. So we call it the 4W1H. And of course, there are analytics that's being added to design to understand how user respond. So measuring is always part of it. If you look at the previous model, you always check behavior, measure, and you play again, and you repeat the process. That's why there's Agile in it. Agile concept talks about fast, rapid prototyping. You check, you measure, and you do it again. So, so gamification is the same. We also analyze because at the end, we want to design something that works. When you want to design something that works, you need to design it methodologically, systematically, so you can repeat it. So this is very much your, when study master, when you do thesis, it's methodological and repeatable. So same concept, very similar. So you want to remember to consider the user type, which I have emphasized a lot. You want to make it voluntary. Plan for cheaters. This is very important because, like I mentioned earlier, you will expect user to do something that you did not expect them to do. That's the beauty of user. When you expect them to do certain thing, when you design this, you expect them to behave like that. Sometimes they may not follow, right? Or you have smarter player, which is called cheaters, they will cheat and game the system. So this is the part where you need to start putting your heads together to think about it. And always remember, intrinsic motivation has to be more than extrinsic. So extrinsic motivation would be the earlier part that we mentioned, the those monetary reward, basically more focus on extrinsic, like maybe even status. These are very extrinsic. But intrinsic, these are the intrinsic motivation. We use this model called RAM, relatedness, autonomy, mastery, purpose. So you see there's a repeat. Okay, there's a repeat in terms of intrinsic motivation. This is another model we also use. So to not confuse everyone here, every model is applicable. You can use all different models, right? I'm not saying that this model is better, that model is not so good, but you have to start defining your objective. Then we will know what model to use, which model fits better. So it all starts with, if you know what are the behavior that you want to change, to look into, then the activity loops are all there. So if you notice, most models are overlapping on one another. They are very similar. All right. This is another model. This is a very simple model, just 4 steps. Ask all these questions. We also have the play cards for it to ask this question, to brainstorm, to think about it, and start designing it for it. This is another simpler model, but this focus on happiness. So you have fun 1, 2, 3, you have the mechanics, and then you have, so we have not touched on mechanics yet. That will be on chapter 3. So I will continue that later. And the design steps and the lean, then you have the gamification. Okay. And final, we have designed this model specifically for learning. So this is very much applicable to your industry for learning, lecturing or teaching. This is a gamification model of 5 steps. It's pretty straightforward. First step is list down the outcome and matrix. The second step is examine the student profiles and player types. The third part is starting to do the gamification design. The fourth will be deployment. And last but not least, result analysis. So this is the simple one. So I give you the rangka. This is the frame. So now I show you the meat. Okay, after everyone pengsan already. So, but we will not go through, but again, like I mentioned, this slide will be sent to you. You can understand it more later. And any question you have, of course, we can do a run through again. But I want to show you this because this is very aligned to your industry in learning, in also teaching. But this is important model to understand that all this has to be repeatable. Hence, we have all this model being used. So far, so good. Some example on system base. Of course, this is TraitQuest internal system model, right? And we spoke about motivation. So now I want to show you some of the motivation factor. So in motivation factor, of course, we will use another model. These are the model of motivation factor. Very similar to octalysis earlier on, but this combines the user type and the factors. And it splits into extrinsic and intrinsic. Okay. So I will not go through the details of it, being time conscious, but again, this slide will be shared to you. You can read through it and look into that. In chapter 5, you will have hands-on sessions, so don't worry. This is a 3P model, players, performance, and providers model. So this model, to show you, it studies on LinkedIn. So what is the LinkedIn providers model? Their input, the resources, the process. And of course, LinkedIn is the audience will be all of us, the professionals, those who are in the recruiters, or those who are working. You will most likely have a LinkedIn account. And what is the performance, which means why? They have created this why that you want to use a LinkedIn. First of all, when we talk about the octalysis model, you have things like avoidance, fear of missing out. These are very psychological, behavioral, but it's being applied in here. So when we map all this together, then you will know why LinkedIn is also kind of addictive. Remember, gamification also deals with your habit. And once it's a habit, one line further will be addictive. Okay, a lot of games are called addictive. It didn't being labeled as habitual because we play without remembering the time or ignore everything else. So that is the fine line between habitual and addictive. So in this case, some of the games, they actually design it very addictive. We will look into maybe Candy Crush. Many of you have played it before in the past. Lately, newer games like Clash of Clans. These are some models that we did study. Ronald did bring up Pokemon Go. So these are the games that has the addictive element. It goes way beyond habit. All right. Most games has to be addictive so that you will spend more time on it. So for games to happen, the ultimate term is you spending time on it. So your time becomes the productivity. So when you spend more time in it, it also means that thing is more productive to you. It's more pleasurable. You will invest more time. Hence, this is the learning loop. Okay. I am done for chapter 1 and chapter 2. We are slightly over time. Maybe we'll have a 5 minutes break now.
All right, Leo, thank you so much for the sharing yourself. I think it's a good time for purpose and the all the philosophies and theories of gamification. So that one is actually to set the fundamentals right. Same like when we are doing any types of teachings or when you're doing types of learnings or lecturing itself, we have to refer back to certain theories so that it makes sense that people can connect to the practical works. So that's how maybe the first 2 chapters is more or less on the theories, and the 3rd chapter onwards will be more or less on the practicality of it. So before we go to practicality, anyone has any questions, on that, so that we can answer on the spot, as answering on the spot is part of how we can create immediate feedback, and that is part of gamification as well, in fact. So let's spark discussion. And if there's no discussion, no worries. Later on, Leo will actually announce when we will start again, and Leo will ask those who came back, press 1 in the chat box so that we know that everyone is back in the session. Because remember, punctuality is part of gamification as well. So feel free to take your 5 minutes break from now. We'll come back at 2:37. Is it okay, everyone?
2:40 lah. 2:30.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, 2:40.
Okay. See you
all right
then. Thank you.
All right, awesome.
Hey, thank you, everyone. Is everyone back already? Okay, one means yes, means back. Okay.
To those back, please type one so that we know that you're here, or you can actually shout out. You can say, "Hey, I'm here." Anything. So, another thing in gamification that is that the game master has the role, or he has the power authority to give extra points for extraordinary efforts to go extra miles. So this is why, hey, we would love to have some surprises from every one of you all. Okay, we have so far. Most of us are back. I can see that. It's good. Punctuality is there. All right. Good. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Brandon. So, okay, recapping to what we have gone through before we continuing to chapter 3, maybe I can have one round, everyone, to share what is the one thing that you maybe you have known about it, that you have just found out now, or something that's new to you that you have learned. Maybe anyone, one round, start from someone and nominating to the next person. You don't have volunteer to start.
Okay, I'll go first.
Thank you, Ruben.
All right. I think I've heard of gamification here and there along these years, but I guess today one thing that I can take home is that there are various models. Models not just in theories, the theory that you've shared with us, but also frameworks that how we can how we can design this more holistically. I think that's one thing that I've learned. Okay.
Thank you, Ruben.
Welcome. Let me pass it to Ronald.
I have the same. Before coming for this workshop, I think I had a different understanding what gamification is, because all this while I see people play games. No, there is always a reward at the end of it. But thinking back, like in the office, people play Pokemon Go, but I don't understand why is it so interesting for them, because in the end there is nothing that they can gain except, just now they mentioned, they can only collect shiny monsters, but they keep on playing and collecting and so on. But it's good to know that gamification is not all about reward. There is a purpose and goals that you have to achieve as well. And it also affects or triggers whether or not you are motivated to continue or whether you are discouraged. So looking forward for designs, understanding how to design a proper tool in gamification.
Thank you, Ron.
And next maybe Nabila.
Okay, so basically, I've heard of gamification, and I think I have a different views on it as well. And today, I think I've got to know about gamification better. And yes, I'm looking forward to actually learn more on how to design and apply on the application so that I can use it in my teaching and learning soon. Thank you. All right, so perhaps I can. The next person will be Tayati.
Okay, hi. For me, I have heard about gamification before, but it's not as thorough as per today. And I only found out today that we do have certain steps to ensure that this gamification works. In other words, okay, I have spoken to Brandon earlier. I do encounter cases where I went to the website during MCO, tried to find a solution, and I managed to go to a certain website where they actually involve gaming instead of gamification. So they have that games to be played by high school where they would reach up to certain points, they'll be able to be shifted to another level. But this are all to do with the knowledge that they attain in classes. So it's a good way actually for us to know more detail about gamification. I would like to pass to Aaron.
Thank you, Miss Hayati.
Thank you, Kak Yati. What I wanted to share is that the gamification is very different from what I have heard from a few years back. It started off with the gamification for event industry. Instead, right now, I'm looking at how is the gamification fits into an educational. So from there, I can see the difference. In the first two chapters, I find it very structured and easy to follow. And the objective is very clear. And one things that I learned here is that you have to understand the user instead of previously compared to the gamification for event industry is very much in rewarding so that you can maintain your client. So that's where I find the difference. Yeah, the next I would like to pass it to Kak Debbie.
Thank you, Aaron.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. Gamification, I heard about it before, but then just now with the chapter 1 and 2, we learn a little bit more about it, and it will be great if I can, I'm able to know more about this gamification that relates to different persona for all our learners, because as we know, not all our learners have the same characteristic. And sometimes as a student, as a lecturer, we tend to make them as one characteristic, but actually they're not. So it will be great if we are able to personalize this gamification for a different people, a different students that can be engaged more to our learners. Thank you. Now I'm going to pass it to Gobin.
Okay, just to share about this gamification. Actually, Leo, last year, since I'm taking care of internship, okay, so last year we went on since of this coronavirus thing and so on. So last year internship, we had to go on an online base. So I did a project with the Eastern Hotel, and actually we embarked on gamification. But this process of gamification was on human resource. So it was more, I think it's more in depth, more harder than I think it's for students, because actually we went through the all types of gamification for in terms of employment, employee, and so on. But I like the it's a bit different. So this is a bit different mode for students. So I did like the just now when you shared the chart on the right brain and the left brain. We're talking about meaning, empowerment, social influence, okay, scarcity, ownership, accomplishment. I think this gamification somehow it will it will gel, and it's much more easier to incorporate in our subjects in terms of classroom, how we when we're giving them a quiz or assignment based and so on. So but of course there are different types of gamification theories. I think we have to look into what is more applicable and feasible in terms of student engagement in classroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Gobi.
I think now I'll pass it to Choban. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Corbin. You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Because I was mute for quite some time. Okay, regarding for the gamifications, eventually last semester we did one, which is the content gamifications for events, which is the events ran out by our students. But however, for what I can take away from chapter 1 and 2, whereby it will spread out into different persons, whereby having different personality and characters, and then how can it go to more in depth. And I'm looking forward for your chapter 5, I think.
Okay. Thank you, Choban. Sorry, next person?
Yeah. I was thinking who will be the next. Is Liana? Okay?
Hi. Okay, I hope you guys can hear me. Okay, thanks, Chorban. Okay, for me, gamification is very interesting. Okay, and it helps to motivate not only the students, also the educators. Okay, to create much more engaging content. Okay, all right. For example, I once asked the students to use Instagram videos, okay, to capture certain things, and having them to create content also during the class session. All right, thank you. Okay,
Liana.
next would be Lai Peng.
Hi, Liping. I don't think we hear you. Can everyone else hear? Oh, okay. Maybe mine. Maybe so sorry, Liping. Maybe we skip to the next person. Maybe Ikram.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good.
Maybe
Well,
Liping out. I can read later. Yeah.
okay. Well, I never heard about it. I mean, these methods, but gimmick word is always used to hear. But there's many methods or many what do you call that? Similar like these gimmicks, but I trying to synchronize and understand how this system can add up or put into the group, because there's a different learning ability, different needs and wants of the students, and different level of the groups, maybe the numbers, you might have 100 people and 10 people, that's too different, so how we can synchronize this in the teaching or in a learning, so we have to see on the situations. Yeah, that's all from me.
Pass to the next.
Next, only my head is Mixon. Bro, are you there?
Okay, I guess you all can hear me. Okay, of course, I never heard about gamification before, but nonetheless, as what Aaron shared just now, it is really structured, and it's fun for me when it comes to understanding behavior, because from there, whatever will be taught for them will be, they can adapt it better, so it is definitely useful for us in education industry, better learning according to their understanding, which is I think it's a great tool for us to explore and to use in our daily life. Thank you. Next is Wani.
Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. Hi. All right. For me, I have read about this before. Okay, but not in very detail. But as per 1 or 2 hours that for the first and the second chapters, these gamifications, I think is one of the method that we as educators, especially as we can use this, especially now we are more into online learning, as we already experience, which is it's a bit difficult for us to adapt this kind of online learning. But I'm looking forward to see how these gamifications can help us for us to use this, especially in our online learning um, currently now that we have been using.
Thank you, Wani.
Next, I'm not sure who, I think Kit.
Yes, I think so too.
Thank you, Vani. Hi, everyone. I've also heard about gamification, here and there, but never really have any formal kind of workshop before. I find it very interesting, and especially like the part where we need to know the learners' personality before we can actually structure our teaching, to best suit them. And I guess gamification is a good way because you can, engage different people in a different way. And especially with all these new learners that we have, the new generation, gaming is, one of the things that they always do. Perhaps I'm not sure whether you have any like quick personality tests that we can actually send to them before the class, in the first week, so that we can very quickly gauge how many percent of certain types of personality we have. Then we can then design whatever gamification methods that we, you know, that we can have to actually engage them. I find all your sharing very structured, which is good for us, which also make me start to think that we actually more or less do something like this, especially in terms of, let's say, when we get the student to go for competition and all that. So the purpose and the rules and all that are all very, very clear. And at the end, the reward is, of course, whether you get, the trophy or not. So I guess in terms of practical, it's easier to apply. So this is very good for us if we have more things to apply to theory class, which is of course always think that is a lot more boring. Okay, thank you. I think the next one should be, is it Justin? I'm not sure whether Justin has a go or not.
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Justin.
All right. So basically, gamification, I've learned it through one of the website that I used to study wine. It was being used quite a long time ago, but it wasn't hitting in Malaysia back then. I went to UK, and then after that, the lecturer actually asked us to use this gamification to study in our wine. Okay. So I get to know about it back then. But like I said, it wasn't very a good system that probably can be used in Malaysia back then. But as we all can see nowadays, more and more people are actually addicted. I have to use this word addicted because personally myself is also a person that play games. I play Pokemon Go during free time. Okay, so there are actually a few benefits about gamification. One of them is you will be more relaxing when you want to learn because there's no stress being given. Like in the class, you need to sit down there, you need to look into your lecturer's face, and sometimes even though you're looking into your lecturer's face, but you're actually daydreaming. But in gamification, it's different. You have your phone in front of you, you have a laptop in front of you, so you can actually based on all these pictures, a little bit better design kind of method to do a learning, which is better than looking into the slides with words that probably some of them you don't understand at all. So I think end of the day, gamification can be the next trend, can be the next teaching method, because like you say, it actually a very, very cognitive kind of teaching. But at the time you use pictures, you use slide that is actually more attractive to make people to study. So and then it can be constructive, like you say, it can be behaviorism as well. So I think when it comes to this gamification, it can be very, very useful for especially the younger generation. I have seen kids as young as 2 years old start playing iPad. So I think in the future they will be more focusing in all this e-learning kind of thing. gamification can be the one that really attract them to study better. I mean, looking at my own child, she can open iPad, key in password at the age of 3 years old. So I think, yep, like I say, this gamification is going to be the future. That's what I think. Yeah.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you so much. Anyone else we missed out? Last but not least, of course, I saw Dr. Chris type, but do you want to also share? Or you want me to read out what you type? Okay. So, so two person will be, one, I will read Lai Ping first. So gamification can be used as an add-on learning tool. Okay, thank you, Lai Ping. Of course, Dr. Chris typed earlier on improve and enhance performance with immersive learning experience. And also gamification makes learning more informative and exciting. And Liana also typed, just to read it out also, helps to motivate us to go and move to further level. As a geek, we always look forward to achieve goals. Okay, thank you everyone for your feedback, and also at least I know what sort of things that you all are taking into more serious note. You understand better. You are going to apply it, of course, soon. Something out of the topic, Ronald, you can ask Justin why people playing Pokemon Go. And a statistic that we have did study for Malaysia, actually Pokemon Go is now having most users 40 years old and above. Okay, I'm not sure do you all fall into that statistic, because I didn't see Justin's face, but you say you are a parent, right? But why 40 years old and above, and furthermore, female? Because their kids are playing. So because their kids are playing, the mothers no choice to follow or to play also. So that is the latest statistics of Pokemon Go. Or 33 only. Sorry, Justin. But I mean, another statistic is, yeah, a lot of parents are playing it because of their kids. Okay, and of course then we also have another group of player which not expected will be grandparents. You will see grandparents also do playing it. So this is just a little bit side topics on Pokemon Go. Okay, coming back to our chapter 3, for some of those that you have shared, I think our team will take note some of those comments. If some of things that we can chip in and have, example like Kit mentioned, the personality and all that, I think we can discuss a little bit more with Dr. Chris and Hayati. So, but let's get on to our program before we take on too much time. Okay, so now going back to chapter 3, we have done the chapter 1 on user type and learning. We have done chapter 2 on the different frameworks and the different gamification theory and model that's there. So now let's go into the meat. So what is gamification all about? Gamification, besides all the definition that we have learned, we have understood, that we have shared so far, it's all about these three words: mechanics, aesthetics, and dynamics. So in short, acronym MAD, right? If you go to some online blog, they will use a different way, but it all meant the same thing. Okay, so what are the maths? The first thing is the mechanics. The mechanic, it means the rules, the verbs of the game. You will hear a lot of game mechanics, game elements, the mechanics that govern the game. All right. For instance, here the example that they use is jumping, collecting, lighting fires. So these are some mechanics. Some common mechanics that we also experience daily. For instance, we just now have the rules of whomever that is. Oh, by the way, Brandon, can we have give everyone 100 points for answering, or 200? I forgot the rules. So everyone will get those points, right? So the mechanics has a really like a periodic table, which I will show you later. It really being put in as a periodic table. All right, you will have a lot of different mechanics designed to especially address to different type of user. So just now someone shared that Oh, because we know different users. I think Ikram, you shared that how can we apply this in a group of 100 lecture hall, or even how can we apply to different groups. The main point of it is not to specifically apply it, but to know what type of users that's in your hall or that's in your session, and you apply different mechanics to cover most of the user. So it becomes an 80-20 rule, because there's no way every 100, let's say 100 or 10%, we cover everyone. But some mechanics or even the deliverable methods can be designed to incorporate everyone. So because we have been using Zoom for so long, we know that some users, if you just keep talking and you just keep listening, you get bored. So that's where we get you to also share, we get you to type out, we get you to move around. All right. Of course, in between we will put breaks and all that. But this will be the simplest mechanic. In gamification mechanics, you have things like, just now someone mentioned Pokemon Go, Ronald. Ronald, you mentioned the Pokemon Go, the shiny monster. That is one mechanic called collectibles, because some people like to collect. Uh, in actual fact, when you roll back to our younger age, a lot of us has hobby of collecting stamps. Now no lah, now everyone, I don't think anyone did collect stamps. But collecting stamps is a mechanic, and collection is what that will relate best to the player, the user. Some players will go for all the way to only just to collect the shiny monster because it's collectible. So collecting here mechanics. And some mechanics will be things like countdown, time countdown is very effective, especially you don't have enough time, or because if the game allows you to play as long as you want, if today the session I go on as long as I want, it will be never end, and it will have no excitement for you to anticipate the next chapter. So someone mentioned correctly, progress, structured, systematic, so that you will know and you will anticipate. That is some of the mechanic. Then we move on to the dynamic. The dynamic will be you, the player. How player use those rules. How you are either you, by the way you cheat, or you using those rules to come up with something else. So the example here would be spawn camping, plotting, lighting every game object on fire. That was related to the previous mechanic. So how the user use, you also have to plan it out, the dynamic of it. Not just by putting the mechanics and expect it will work, right? We have to put the dynamic so that it will flow through. Remember, the state is flow. You have to have a certain challenge and to match with certain skill so that it will flow. So that will be the next part, dynamic. The third one is the most easiest to relate, will be the aesthetic, how the game makes the player feel. Normally, and I would say 80% of the time, is the look and feel. Whether it looks interesting, whether the design, the graphic, whether there's sound or not. Some games, of course, they will purposely ask you to turn on the sound. Some of the online learning that some of you mentioned, the online tool, learning management system has sound as well, has a countdown music, has a suspense music or time music. These are the aesthetic, how the game makes you feel. Of course, like I mentioned, 80% of the time will be the graphical, whether does it look interesting, looks colorful. But bear in mind, it's not a must. It doesn't have to necessarily 100% to be very chungy, very forward. It also back to the theme. Again, now going back to your what we have discovered in chapter 1 and chapter 2 is always about the objective. Minecraft is one simple example that you don't need super graphical aesthetic to make the game work. Okay, LinkedIn started with not how it looks today. So the mechanics of it is more important than the aesthetic. So it's one on another depending how you designing it. So we always use these three mechanics, dynamic, aesthetic, to start designing the whole gamification. Okay, so far so good. So what is fun? All right. Fun, in essence, comes with these three: the rules, the system, the presentation, which also means the mechanic, the dynamic, and the aesthetic. So these are some of the description of mechanics, the dynamics, and the aesthetic. So it's very straightforward. When you want to, someone mentioned that last year you all were doing, I think Gobin mentioned about designing those system for HR side. If it governs these three elements, basically it will also work. But of course, it's not a silver bullet. There are a lot of tweaks here, and there's a lot of areas that you may need to look into. But learning is the most straightforward. So learning sometimes is also easier to start for gamification, right? And for some of you who have kids, just now, Justin mentioned that your kids will just pick up the iPad, unlock it, discover it, because it's very intuitive as well. So intuitive is also part of the aesthetic, where they are very easy to turn on, click on it, select, and go through the whole journey. So when you design the whole, we always mention journey because each user type different. Not only that, the age also is different. Different age group will respond to the system differently. Different age group also looks at color, looks at the wording, all right, differently. So example, when we do presentation slide, we cannot make it too small. The word has to has the wording has to have a certain font size. We can also not make it too wordy. All right, it has to be a mixture. We can also not never do it too graphical, because it's just graphic, then some people might not like it. So it has to be a combination. Okay. So to illustrate the simplest one, of course, when you look at points, badges, and leaderboard, these are the simplest to share. So that's why we always use this. But bear in mind, again, just now I already reassure that this is not the only thing that we use. All right. But when it comes to points, lead badges, and leaderboard, that will form the basis of your gamification, because points is very, you can, like now you're earning scoring points, you can win, right? It's able to tell you the feedback that you're doing well or not well. It display the progress. It's also a currency. So some of the reward, you can also now have a store redemption to redeem some of your points. So it's very quantitative. So far, so good. Badges, of course, we are very familiar. We earn badges regardless of games, even back in school days when you're a scout, right? If you're in any of the uniform society, you earn badges. Badges is a display of achievement. It's also a display that you have collect something. So it's a combination of all these. Hence, why the point badges leaderboard are the most easiest to go. But it can also go very wrong. We will discover later. So badges will be very much qualitative and aesthetic, right? You have something to show. The last part will be leaderboard. Leaderboard will be more on ranking, comparison, and competition. So this will be the simplest to start, like a level 1. In order to make it effective and also designing it for long-term basis, you need to add on other mechanics element in. All right. If the session like today, the workshop is just 4 hours, I use these 3, good enough. But in learning, you expect a long term, it could be 1 year, it could be 6 months, then this 3 is not enough. And you cannot just rely on these 3 as your silver bullet that it will work. Okay. So this is what I meant just now, the periodic table of gamification element. So it's slightly small, but if you were to print it out or when you get the slide, you were able to see more clearer. So some of those common gamification element like Easter egg, right? Easter egg is a very common word. Even if you watch this Marvel, you have Easter eggs, right? These are the surprises. The prizes, the level progression, the quest, and then of course you have challenges. And then if you go up the periodic table, you have things like the scarcity, strategy, So these are the elements that's being used. Pokemon Go use most of the element very well, because that's why a lot of us like to use this as a case study. For instance, when you collect all those Pokemon, right, there's also scarcity. Some Pokemon will appear more if you know the game. Some Pokemon will only come out like during event once in a month, and everybody will flock into it to collect it because it's scarce, right? And they have added a lot of elements since then. They have Pokemon Go actually in terms of business ROI beat most of the game in terms of revenue worldwide. Okay, before the COVID, of course. Now I don't think anyone can go out and play. But before the COVID, that was the statistic. It beats all the game. For instance, Clash of Clans that you find. Clash of Clans did very well also. So in terms of revenue, we've reduced. In terms of user also, we are able to study to also understand they also rank on top of the rest. So that is from a gaming perspective. Now, learning perspective, I have an example later to show you. The platform is called Khan Academy. So that is the earliest learning management system or the e-learning that applied gamification. So I have take out two that we can understand and look deeper. The first one, mechanics, is challenges. Challenges will be things like level up, the next stage, the boss showdown, the bonus. So this is suitable in project-based learning, exams, or web quests. By the way, this is very learning purpose. I know it sounded a bit like game, like boss showdown, but all these are very learning. So you can use in this project-based learning, exams, web quests, where they can view it as not just an exam, like someone shared earlier, is reduces their stress because they can know that this is something that is a mechanic, is a challenge for me. So you can design all these little small mechanics that embedded in the system. The next mechanics is teamwork. These two mechanics is very common among in learning because learning also requires a lot of teamwork, collaboration, the synergy, the bond, ambassador, the honor. A good example is in terms of internship, some companies practice to hire the interns of a group. For instance, if they are from outstation, they are staying together, let's say 4 of them in a dorm, they will hire the 4 of them together. Can anybody tell me why? Or can anyone understand or have done that before? Why this works very well?
Work better together.
Yeah, it's I mean PvP. If you play some games, right, you understand why we do PvP, because we want to do like individual versus another individual kind of thing. It makes your gaming sense become better. It actually trains some of your teamwork. It makes your spirits goes up as well.
Thank you, Justin. Of course, Dr. Chris mentioned works better. Anyone else?
It's basically giving everyone chances to deliver ideas and work towards goals that they want to achieve.
Thank you, Liana.
Not only that, the 4 of them probably would understand better because they have been together for maybe a couple of semesters. You see, so the interaction and the understanding would have been even more better among them, and the job can get done even faster in that manner.
Precisely, Kumaran. I think you deserve a 200 points.
Thank you.
That is actually, you are right. I mean, the rest of you is correct, but that is the ultimate purpose, because when you hire interns or even when you get any people to work together, the problem is always synergy. The problem is always bond. How do they bond together? Even everyone has that skill set, all right. But now the inner emotional or even working together, that becomes the next challenge. And because of that, so that will be the easiest way. If I hire all 4 together, then they don't have to spend time to to understand each other, to bond. Yeah, collaboration and interaction from Davy. Birds of a feather flock together from Ronald. Communication, understand each other. Yes. Yes, Mobile Legend. So yeah, Justin, this knowing this will also reveal your age. Okay. So yeah, these are some of the examples or even gamification mechanics. Sorry, let me go back. That we can all leverage on, not only from, of course, from online system is one. You can embed all this. You see, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not rocket science. It's all about working with human emotion, right? Once if you understand your user better, you understand personality better, you understand human emotional better, then when you design this, you add on to it, then it makes sense now. So it's not rocket science that, oh, I'm trying to cook up some formula. It's just about putting the right thing, right perspective into the right manner. All right. So far, everyone okay with these mechanics? Of course, there are a lot of other mechanics we can go through, but I only get out the main two that I find that is more interesting for you all to know. When you design, you can always leverage on these mechanics. Like again, when we help assist our clients to design that time, we will always also, just to share, this sort of workshop we will also do with most of our customers before they start, because afterwards in chapter 5 you will realize you will have to be the designer. We can only be facilitating, because you know your problem better, you know your students, you know your course content in learning. I wouldn't know, right? I'm not what we call the subject matter expert in learning or teaching in education. I am the subject matter expert in gamification. So my role can only assist you. I cannot give you the answers, because I think each faculty, when some of the example that I will share later may be relevant to tourism, may be relevant to the F&B, may be relevant to hospitality. Yes, thank you, Kumaran. Yes, so hence, that's why we can only guide you, assist you, and facilitate the whole process. But before we go into that, of course, we have to give you the education. Okay, so far okay? Okay, so these are the two mechanics, and this is an overview of the whole journey. Remember, I keep on mentioning journey. That's why we have a lot of journey in our slides. The start, how you start, how you define the uses of gamification, the application of it, what defines a game, the pillars of gamification, type of players, everything is here. All right. Of course, when you look at it, this seems a bit small. I mean, later on, we will share it to you. You can look into that. Bear in mind, these are just model and framework. So I can only give you this because of a short time. But what we also would like to share at the end of the session is, if you are interested to explore more, attend a 2 days, 2+1 course certification on this. Then of course we can deep dive and explore more. So a lot of the items I'm only touching base. I'm only touching so that you know a little bit of the fundamental. But we did not deep dive into each of the mechanics and how each of the mechanics work, and why some mechanics is useful in this situation, some mechanics are not so. So you cannot bring all the mechanics from the periodic table and just dump all in and expect it will work, right? It will have the synergy between the mechanics that it will work together. What I mean is, just like the game that you play, you will see the games are very targeted and specific. Some games, strategy games, will be just strategy games. Some games, Pokemon Go, will be just a Pokemon Go. It will not have some other elements or mechanics inside. So it's very targeted to specific user persona and targeted to very specific user type. And it always piggyback on the habit. Pokemon Go did not started as Pokemon Go. If you know the history, Pokemon Go started with another app, another game, where they actually have already placed most of the location. Then the Pokemon Go is a next springboard that started from there. So you need to build that original springboard before you go on to all the internal meat or internal content. Okay. So let's look at some of, we have discussed some of the mechanics earlier. Let's look at the application of it. So one of the very long time case study we always use is Foursquare. Have anyone know about Foursquare? If you know, can you please press yes or 1? And if you don't know, then 0.
Yes, it's
Yes,
been a while. I haven't heard of this.
Yeah.
I feel old.
Okay. Heard of it, never used. So most of you, yes. Ikram, no. Justin, no. Okay. So Foursquare was OAP. Yeah, I know. So Foursquare was started to this as one of the most common gamification example because they did very well in getting user to log in to a location and take picture and basically what we call check-in. All right, that's the simplest way. But they have made that check-in so simple that they actually add all these elements in it or the mechanics to facilitate so that people do it more, so that you will be habitual, maybe to a certain extent addictive as well. Okay, if you have used Foursquare before, try to remember why you use Foursquare. Why do you actually do it? Because there's no reward at the end. It's for a very social purpose. All right. Another good example that you are still using now will be Waze. Okay. Waze also has gamification element, which I never mentioned. The very basic one for them, Waze is the profile avatar. You started with a baby with a pacifier, right? And when you start, you share the traffic condition and you use it more, you drive more, and you report something, potholes, and you level up. So Waze is also the one of the good example of gamification is being used. Yes, Choban, still the crown. So in Foursquare, they have used badges. You see some of those very nice badges here. The leaderboard for you to visualize on your progress and update. Tracking and feedback on some of your comments and your session and your check-in. And the reward. All right. So they have done reward later on. And if you realize also, competition and comparison, it's also one of the most straightforward element that promote transparency. If you understand, I mean, if you follow so far, you realize all this actually promotes transparency. So some users or some past clients may not like it because when you have transparency, a lot of things you cannot move. You cannot play favors. You cannot have no longer be biased because it's transparent. It's out in the open and it's being tracked. But this is what, if I have another topic which I did, right, is on different generation. So multi-generational workforce is my another topic which I done in the past. Younger generation love three words. One is transparency. Second one is collaboration. And the third one would be purpose. All right. These three is always being circled around. And it's the opposite of the older generation. All right. So, of course, there are outliers. I'm not saying everyone will behave this way. Right. This is very stereotypical of stereotyping someone, but this is general. And one more, in actual fact, should be four. One more will be the instant feedback. Some of you may have heard will be called instant gratification, where when I do something, I will have a reaction or a feedback. That is how most IT technology being designed today as well. I see drop out, so should we wait for them or we just continue? Okay, so probably it's the line. Okay. So Foursquare has used gamification mechanics like point badges, leaderboard. And if you look at it, we also study a little bit more on the motivation drivers, collecting and achievement. And the driver here is connecting. Foursquare is all about you connecting with another people who has checked in on that location or who will become steal the crown or becoming the mayor, right? So understanding this is very important. All these case study help us to understand why some works, why some don't work. Of course, I didn't prepare the example of those who did not work. These are the usual one that works very well and is famous enough for everyone to know. So in education learning, I think Khan Academy is still around. You can search. They also use gamification in very full. I mean, they are a gamification advocates. So they will use their badges, their learning, their points. In actual fact, you can use those points that you have earned as a currency. The other one, most of you may also know, would be Duolingo, the language app. So these are the few examples that has been doing it very successfully. Let me see anyone type something. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Lai Ping. Sorry, I was a bit late to check out. The once hyped social media company known for gamifying mobile check-in. Yes. So Khan Academy leverage a lot on badges types. Think of it in a more simpler way would be learning karate. You will have your white belt, yellow belt, green belt. Those are badges type. For some of you, if you're familiar in a more corporate setup like Six Sigma also have different belts. So these are very simple, small way to actually use gamification. Another one would be Game Evolution. So Game Evolution is more on education, but it also looks at social skills, connective skills, social development, and meaningful goals. All right. So some of these can be mechanics, some of these can be the outcome of it as well, or the motivation drive. So normally when we understand and study that, we will drive it together. Okay, how are we on time? If we have more time or just 3:30, okay. Any questions before we continue chapter 4? Anything that you all want to ask me that you find that you want to find out more? We still have time until we go into chapter 5. No? Everyone good? Good.
Leo, do you want to do something interesting? Because I did some calculations on the points at the moment to see who's ranking number 1, who's ranking number 2, and who's ranking number 3. Anyone interested to know? If you are interested to know, please type 1 at the moment itself to know that what are the ranking that you guys are doing now at the moment. Or you can actually put a thumbs up on your screen so that we can actually visualize as well. You know. All right, not bad. Like quite a lot of people. Okay, so okay, just some. Okay, this is just some. Not the end of the session yet. This is just one of the pit stop we call them that shows that who is ranking everything itself. So by far the highest point earner will be Lairo. What do you guys think? No one wants to say you're number 1? Ronald? Someone says Ronald? Someone says any other people says anyone? No? Yes?
Great.
Okay, so the first one who is on the first ranking is Dr. Chris. Yay! Virtual clap now. We cannot clap physically, right? We can only do a Dr. Chris has a selfie with the session, or she just take a picture of the session and post it on social media and so that on her Facebook. So what happens is that you guys can do the same, because this allows you to earn 500 points. So this makes Dr. Chris having a 2,350 points at the moment. All right, so that's ranking number one. Second one who has the best scoring, like anyone, any guess? Second one, like let's have some drum roll. Anyone? Second ranking goes to Ronald. Yay, Ronald, awesome. So, okay, Ronald is quite close. In fact, what happened is that Ronald did switch on the camera for the whole time, ask a lot of questions, answer a lot of questions, and even give a lot of suggestions as well. So this is why Ronald's point at the moment is 1,750 points. So if you actually post on social media, like our Facebook page also, right, that allows you to earn 500 points for selfie with our session. And then if you like our Facebook page and our LinkedIn, you get 300 points, which means that you can get 800 extra if you want to, and you can exit and you can win over Dr. Chris. So hey, it's not too late, I would say. That's why this is the first pit stop that can give you that immediate feedback, that you know that which part that you can actually enhance, so that you ranking number 1 and number 2. So that's Ronald. Awesome. Virtual clap on that. Hey, in fact, I have a very good news on the third person who has ranking number 3. Do you guys know who is ranking number 3? Take a guess. Anyone? Take a guess. Take a guess. Anyone who is ranking number 3? All right. Someone mentioned Justin. Someone mentioned Justin also. All right. All right. All right. That's interesting. So for the placing or ranking number 3 goes to, again, drum roll. It's Mr. Kumaran. In fact, is it a surprise? Mr. Kumaran, are you here? Okay, so Mr. Kumaran, reason being your ranking number 3 is because you own a big chunk in terms of giving suggestions throughout the whole session. So this is why it allows you to create a lot of points and accumulate a lot of points throughout the whole journey itself. And currently you're having 1,400 points. So it's good. Actually, it's quite close to Ronald as well, if you ask me. So guys, feel free to ask more questions, answer more questions, give suggestions. All right. Switch on your camera if you can. If you cannot, it's okay. No worries. We'll adjust the points. Those who doesn't have a webcam, so that we can give you points as well. Selfie with your session and post on social media. Last but not least, like our Facebook page. So thank you so much once again, everyone. This is just something like a commercial break. Okay, just something fun that I believe that we can actually enhance the asking question, brainstorming session, discussion session in a more fun and engaging way, which we are simulating whatever lecturing classes that can be done as well. So that will be the first 3 rankings. We will do an announcement at the end of the session later on. So feel free to create all the actions that I've mentioned. And I would love to pass the ball back to Leo. So Leo, it's now your turn.
Okay, thank you, Brandon. So, I mean, of course, we just want to let your experience. It's nothing fancy or nothing very difficult to start with. But I think this will be an interesting way to get everyone to engage or get everyone to continue the session. One thing that is difficult, or I think one thing that we may want to take note is you cannot keep repeating the same way, right? So the challenge now is using different mechanics that we have learned on chapter 3, that you have to come up with different elements, different anticipation, then you can keep it not so boring, right? Putting yourself into the shoe of them, or even for yourself, if we keep doing this every round the same, then it'll be super bored, right? Then you'll be like, okay, it's the same. You will expect the same outcome. The element of surprise is very, very powerful. Just to share, it's being used not only gamification, especially in movies. Any movies you watch, if you find that there's no surprise, you can already guess the ending, you won't finish the movie. All right, or even a series, TV series. So a lot of all these movies will always use the element of surprise, so you can anticipate the outcome. You anticipate the episode. Oh, I thought he would die at the end of the episode. Oh no, he didn't. Or you thought that he's the lead actor, he will survive through the whole movie, but he died suddenly. All right, so that element of surprise also very important. I know it will be a lot of work on top of your teaching that you want to think about it. Of course, that's where we come in, right? But I will let the promotion of us back to Brandon, so I will not do that. Okay, so I'll focus on the content. Okay, so now we are at level chapter 4. So anyone can recap what is so important in chapter 3? Can anyone tell me, maybe share? We spoke about the 3 things that's in chapter 3. What would be the 3 main things that's making gamification so fun, so engaging, so motivating? Can anyone share that 3 items?
Yes, maths.
Yeah, mechanic, aesthetic, and dynamic.
Okay, thank you, Kumaran. Thank you, Dr. Chris. Actually, I thought you would share one, then the other people share one. So both of you are still in leading already. Sorry, guys. Okay, so that's very good. So we have maths, right? You have mechanics, aesthetic, dynamic. So what is mechanic? Can anyone maybe just briefly share what you understood about mechanics?
Rules to follow.
Thank you, Dr. Chris. Rules to follow. What is aesthetic?
Player used for those rules.
Player use for those rules. And dynamics?
Challenge.
Challenge. All right. Dr. Chris, you need to give chance to others. I saw Ronald unmute and then he's like,
and it's just fun to compete. That's the only thing, you know.
Yes, yes. Ronald, do you have something you want to share as well since you unmute?
No, it's just the aesthetic part. I think that's the most interesting part. How does it make you feel when you are, engaging in that particular game? Yeah, because I think all games has mechanics and dynamics. It's just that only certain games motivates you to continue. How does it make you feel? Yeah.
Thank you, Ronald. In actual fact, I can also share another use case in the current industry. If I'm not mistaken, some university, they have done a certain level of gamification. We call it in, if we were to define it, we call it simulation. So basically, it's not online simulation, by the way, it's an offline simulation. Another good example also, if you have experienced it, it would be the cash flow games. Have anyone attended cash flow games before? Cash flow games is used by insurance. They love, or even financial institution. They love to do board games. Okay, board game, I think most of you will know. There's a board where you throw the dice and all that. So these are the real simulation gamification that also has gamification element and some of the mechanics. But this will have a different purpose. The purpose is to encourage interaction with user. So of course, board games is limited to 4 in cash flow games. Some games have more. Some simulation will simulate a real scenario. In some of your lecturing, I'm not sure you do that, but they call it business simulation, where you need to simulate, let's say 6 months, you are maybe running a restaurant example, right? And you need to do manpower planning, you need to do this, everything, all these are on simulation. So this also can be a different type of gamification that you can use. So why am I sharing this is because I don't want you to just limit that, oh, you have to only do this or you can only do that. There are, someone shared earlier,
There are different methods, there are different type. So it all depends on your purpose, your objective. When you define it well, when you understand it well, then you know what are the framework models and also mechanics that you can use. So hence now we continue to chapter 4. So chapter 4 is defining, yeah, thank you. Dr. Chris mentioned some conference have simulation business. Okay. So chapter 4, let me now turn off all your view. Okay. Chapter 4 is defining your objective and user profile. So this is a very important chapter. In actual fact, continues to chapter 5. But before I go on to it, so this is where we will start breaking you into your breakout room. Before we continue, do you all need a toilet break? Because what we do is that after I finish this chapter, then you will break into breakout rooms, which we will assign you to groups. Then after that, you all will discuss among yourself. We will have, all 4 of us will be the facilitators. So
we need a break though. Maybe a toilet or a coffee break. Dr. Chris loves coffee, so maybe she needs the time.
Shall we do a 5 minutes coffee break or 10 minutes coffee break?
Yeah.
10 minutes, please. 10 minutes.
Okay, so we all come back at 3:55. 57. Okay, 3:57 then. Now we will have a short break.
Precisely, yeah. 3:57. Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
Joshua Music, thank you.
Thank you.
Hang on.
Thank you so much, Leo, for the introductions and everything is so we would love to have those. All right. Thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. 3:57.
Who is in the... To those who is inside here, press 1 if you are here already.
Okay, will that be everyone? So we do a roll call. Hey, Liping 2. Okay, so she's so shall I continue then? Okay, thank you, Govin. Let me go back to my slide. Okay, can everyone see my slide now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So welcome to chapter 4. And so chapter 4 and chapter 5 is quite a short chapter because not much of slides or theory, which I believe Joshua has already shared to most of you on the chat to download the file. We call it the worksheet. Has everyone managed to download it? Anyone has challenged not able to download the worksheet? Okay, no issue. So I shall continue then. So for chapter 4, it's so as I have shared with you all in the beginning of our earlier session, what we will be focusing, you will notice actually I focus a lot on user persona. So for the purpose of this workshop, we will actually focus a little bit more on user persona during the design of it. When you download your worksheet, you will also notice there are some certain steps. We have 6 steps in designing the whole gamification journey. But we focus on more on first step 1, step 2. And also, I will do a quick run through before we go into the breakout rooms, which we will break you into smaller group where most of you will discuss a little bit more, and also the facilitator will be there to help you. But bear in mind, many of them may not have the answers. If you have any questions that maybe the facilitators are not able to, they will jot it down when we come back from the breakout rooms, then we will discuss some of it as well. Okay, so in chapter 4, as the title suggests, is defining your objective and user profile. I actually combine these two. So if you look at this first one, user profile canvas, you will notice there's actually on your left side, there are stories, right? In actual fact, stories are left and right. Then you have jobs to be done. So what task performance to be done by this product? Of course, in your context, in learning, you just change the word, the canvas works the same. What are the goals? Why does it make sense? Then the use cases, how is the product used? Where is it used? By whom it used? Then in your case, of course, learning or even the problem objective. How does the customer obtain information will be how would your user or learner, participant, what would be students, these are the words that you can change it. And then on the right side will be the potential gains and the potential pain. So this is one of the user profile canvas we will use to guide you to define your user, to understand their persona description and everything, right? This is an exercise so you will know, of course, when in actual fact you have 100 user, I would not expect us to do the 100 user using this, all right? This is the canvas you will start using shortly. If you can fill up some of the, let's say, persona canvas of negative trends, positive trends. By the way, this is yourself. You can use yourself, or if you don't want to do yourself, you can do on someone else, just one person. Then a photo appearance, of course, you can plug and play. This is the example. So here the example negative trends is we use startup as an example. Other startups already doing it. So this is based on the persona canvas. Why startup? Because the canvas was first popularized under business model canvas, BMC. If any one of you all know BMC, this is very similar. So we use this canvas as a structure to design the persona canvas. Okay, so that's why the example here is slightly more corporate, but you will use it the same way. You just change the wording of it. Okay, so what happens is you saw this earlier in the content user type, and we combine it with the player user type, and you have content and player in this segment. So content and player and the interaction will also come into now 4 quadrant. So you have to start also describe, and let's say if we have the time, the action that you want to start using. You can pick from here, you can add on some of those that you want to do. So these are some of the canvas or tools that you can use to start defining the objective or the problem statement, and then the user type, and some of the how you want to design your canvas. So the canvas not limited to only learning. It can be any problem statement that you start. Okay, I'll give you an example if you are having problems visualizing it. So maybe you mentioned that my class that you are teaching in lecturing now, it's what will be the matrix? Maybe Dr. Chris or anyone can share what will be the matrix that you having challenge with. Then at least I can give this as an example. Anyone has an example of problems, challenge you face in your lecturing learning?
During lecturing, I guess, especially for private universities, yeah, private and public university students, they are totally different. So for private and in Berjaya University College, I feel that challenging in the sense of sometimes we need to spoon feed them in a way. We have to give them very patience to guide them, because most of the private university students, when they are actually from a well-to-do family, average or middle income family. So when we treat them, we have to make sure that they are like a baby. We have to actually hold the person's hand and walk in a way, even though we cannot. Yeah, we have 20%, 30% of the students, they are independent, but a majority we still have to be very patient and to guide them. And I'm not saying that their intelligent IQ is not there. It's just that they are being pampered. Most of them, they have kaka around at home, maid. And we just have to be their nanny lah, in a way, for private U. Unlike public U is different. Public U, whether you don't have to worry about whether they will come for the class or attend your lectures, or even listen to your lectures, they will always be there, more punctual than the lecturers. So it's a totally different thing. And of course, at the moment, for this new generation, is not so easy to handle compared to 20 years or 10 years ago. Yeah, new generation, they if you ask them to take notes, write something, they are not willing to do that. Go to the library. They will go to the library when almost during the final exam time, not like before. Yeah. And when you ask them to write notes, they can just reply to you, I can take a photo, snap photos, use handphone. So more high tech and more technology based, I can see it's a totally different generation, and we have to deal with them in a proper way and in a very fragile way. Yeah, that's the differences.
Thank you, Dr. Chris. I think Dr. Chris has combined a few of the statement that I've shared earlier. One would be the problem, right? The objective. So probably spoon feeding, okay? Example, if I just use that, or we can use a better word so that it will not hurt their fragile mind, right? Or heart, sorry. So you can use, or maybe their learners are not proactive, or the learners may be so what you can do after when we split, I mean when we go into the breakout room, you can use this as one of the discussion point. That is from Dr. Chris, of course. You all can use the same one, or you have your own one that when in your group you discuss, this can be your focal. So you can start off this, okay, the learners are not proactive. So that's one objective. Then Dr. Chris also shared the user persona. So the learners, all right, are the one that has, well, I think it's fine, but the session is recorded. So I'm not sure whether you want to say they have kaka or, so, I mean, it's
the breakout rooms wasn't recorded. So what happened is that all our lovely lecturers and our passionate lecturers here, feel free to express your freedom, because for the next 45 minutes or the breakout rooms, right, it will be a very safe environment for you all to voice out the concern and have the sharing discussion, because most importantly is we want everyone to be able to inspire to do something after the session. So then for the next session, it will be a very safe space where we wouldn't, there's no recording in the breakout rooms. The recorded one will be outside breakout rooms, that's all.
So Dr. Chris, you can let your CEO know, sorry, because breakout room memang tak boleh record. No, we don't want to record. Then for the rest.
Leo, even though I mentioned about Kaka, it's okay because this is all academician. Yes. So they also feel the same thing. It's not easy for them to deal with students, but again, student is something like our customers. We have to please them. And private U, government is not helping our private U. We have to earn our own revenue and look for our own business to support the whole institution. So it's totally different things. Yeah.
Got it, understand. So that's where I think it will be beneficial. Normally in our experience, of course, in a real setup, you will have your island roundtable and you will have a group discussion. So we are emulating the same in your breakout room where you discuss this of your objective, describe your user persona, understanding them deeper, just like what Dr. Chris mentioned. Of course, you have other elements that we want you all to discuss among your group. Then after that, come out, you may want to jot down using the format that the worksheet that we have sent. All right, this will be the worksheet that will be being used. You can use yourself first if you don't want to write about anyone else, or if you also want to write about one of the students, you don't have to put the name. That's entirely up to you, right? But this practice is for you to visualize your user's key characteristic, the persona, and of course, how can we use some of the elements to address or to tackle some of it and to design the whole journey out. So far, everyone clear what is this next 45 minutes of breakout room? All good? The worksheet will guide you, but I'll go into chapter 5 also because it's actually a combination. So the worksheet will have 6 steps, but for today's purpose workshop, we only focus on step 1 and step 2, which is the understanding the problem and the user persona. Step 3 and step 4 will be filling up all the puzzle. When you have done all the site now, you will know what are the criteria, the mission, and the ideas for the game. And step 5, step 6 will be the game mechanics, and the fidelity test basically is the measurement. And 7, 8, it will be the implementation, monitoring, and measurement. So this is a very, like some of you mentioned, it's a very structured way to do it. But the most important, always you have to start with these 2. Because when you know the problem that you're trying to tackle and the context of it, you can use some of the techniques but for simplicity, just discuss. The facilitator will jot down some of it and we have some questions for you. Then understanding the player. So if there is a follow-up session, if you are interested, we can go through the step 3, step 4, step 5, step 6. Okay? If everyone, no problem, I want to have more time for you. We can go into the breakout room now. Brendan?
Okay, so what happened is that I've already I have assigned the breakout rooms for everyone. So once I've opened up the rooms, you'll be automatically join in the particular rooms. So what happens is that Leo, you'll be in room 1, while I'll be in room 2. The others are assigned. Okay, so if there is no questions, okay, some of you may mention that because the word format is a bit odd. Reason being is because we have some transfer between MacBook and Microsoft operating system. So that's why some of the words are missing, some of the words are format is gone. So what are the things that you can do is actually we also have sent you all the PDF file at here. All right. So if you are able to do so, bring a book or bring a piece of paper. You can actually write on it, because in the end, it's not the medium that makes matters. It's the content and the discussion matters. All right. And we would like to apologize on that as well for the combination of some words missing and some problems. So sorry for that. So I think Leo has just sent over the PDF file. And if everyone is okay, I will give 1 minute for everyone to download it if it's okay, so that you have some time to download. And the session will be around 45 minutes. If we felt that it can be end earlier, we actually give a notification to everyone saying that, hey, we'll be ending in 5 minutes time, 2 minutes times, and everything, so that we can have more discussion out of the breakout rooms to combine everyone into same context. Reason being is because out of breakout rooms, we can combine different combinations together. Okay, so I believe everyone is okay. If everyone is okay, please type 1 so that I can press the open up rooms, and then automatically we will go there. Everyone, is it all right? Okay, I saw a lot of 1, 1, 1. Seems like a lot of people want to become number 1. Let's do that. All right, so without further ado, Leo, remember, you have to go to room number 1. I will go to room number 2. All right, so thank you so much, and I will open the room now.
Justin, I think you need to join.
Oops.
Hi, sorry, because I can't join your room, so I will move you all to my side lah.
Okay. Hey, Ronald is missing from here.
Yeah.
Now
Where's Ronald? Ronald?
maybe you can text Ronald to leave that room. So because I can't join into that room.
Oh, okay.
Can you come out? Somehow I can't leave him. Can Ronald come out? Okay, Ronald is out.
Okay.
Technical error, sorry. Okay, guys. So we are in a smaller room. Maybe can all of you unmute. Of course, if Liping you can't unmute. Thank you. So you're able to join us, Ronald. Sorry,
Yes, yes.
I have to move you all out because they don't allow me to go in room one.
Okay, okay.
Okay, so we will have the main session then. So yeah, so let's look at the one that you guys have downloaded now. Do you all want to spend a few minutes to just go through it? Then we will discuss.
We are supposed to do the persona canvas, or we are supposed to do the I want to know the people I'm working with part. Which
I
part?
want to know. Sorry for the confusion. Basically, it's the I want to know.
Oh, okay.
I know the people I'm working with. The last page of chapter 4. Can we maybe 5 minutes and then you share what you have written down? All good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So everybody, one more minute. How is everybody doing?
Okay, I think.
Okay, I guess.
Okay, cool. Yati?
I'm
Naiping?
good. I'm good.
So shall we start? Like maybe you guys can share like what you have wrote there, what sort of things that you, yeah, just by starting that. Anyone?
Can I just verbally do it because I did it on another computer?
Yeah. Yes.
So sorry.
No problem. Yes.
Okay, so
We have to be creative.
shall I start?
Yeah, thanks, kid.
Okay, I'm not sure whether I did it correctly. Okay, who am I? I feel I'm a lecturer as well as a learner. Because like this last year, certainly we need to change to doing things online. So a lot of things we are learning new. So constantly we have to keep learning new things. So I feel, and we learn from our students as well. So I feel that, although we supposed to teach, we also in many instances that we also learn. 5 reasons for me to engage with you. the UI is of course the students, right? Have to make learning more fun and fulfilling for everybody. That's my one reason. Second, to motivate them to learn more. Third, so that I'm happy when I see that they can apply what we teach them. Fourth is it's nice because when you engage, they share their ideas and it then become more productive learning rather than a one-way street. Then it's also reduce class disruption because if they are not engaged, they're not paying attention, and therefore they, if it's a physical class, it's even worse. They will start talking to each other and all that kind of stuff. Not to engage, I only got 3 reasons. When the learner didn't show any interest, which then again bring me back to then I need to engage that fellow more. The learner didn't even attend class, which is difficult. Like now online class is even difficult to catch these people. Or there's, on our part, there's not enough time for us to design engaging activities in the first place. That's all I got actually. Persona name, so I just put my name. The other one is audience segment, is it? So for us, it's very straightforward. It's our students, can be school leavers, doing diploma or degree. My interests, learn new things for now. Personality, I think I'm kind of serious. My skills, teaching. Dreams to travel again. My social environment very limited now due to MCO. I don't know. That's all I have.
Sure. Thank you, Kate. You want to pass the baton?
It just followed. I think it'd be easier. Next one will be Ronald. What I see on the screen.
Okay. I also did it in another document. I didn't use the Word document because there's some missing words.
Yeah.
Yeah. So who am I? I put continuous learner / teacher. And then 5 reasons or 3 reasons. I put 3: good listener, optimist, and patient. Why you need to engage with me or with you. Yeah. 5 reasons for me not to engage with you. I put there only 2 that I can think of. Overthinker and poor time manager. And then persona name, I put my name. Audience segment, I put learner. That's the only thing that I put there. My interest, I put books, reading, Netflix, film and drama, eating, writing, language. Personality, I put there sympathetic, kind, and open to criticism. My skills, I put only 1, which is writing. My dream, travel. My social environment, simple and non-confrontational.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Thank you, Ronald. Pass to
Yeah.
the next person.
Yati.
Okay. Hi. Okay. What I wrote similar to Ron and Kate. I have that issue in doing it in Word. So what I type in, who am I? Basically, I would address myself as a lecturer who at this moment holding a position as the head of program 2, which by right dealing with students and parents, not only students and parents. Okay. And at this moment as well, I'm also one of the online learners, aka student, because I'm taking an online program. And reason for me to engage with basically my student, something that I feel interesting to know about them, and by right I able to learn from my student literally, because sometimes at this point, okay, some of the trend, especially in terms of online thingy, I did learn from my student. Okay, and then I able to share my own experience and idea, especially when it comes to my core subjects which I'm teaching to the student. And then it's fun to know more about them. And then for me, as I also agree with Kate, okay, learning should be a platform which should be a fun thing. Okay, and then reason for me not to engage with the student is when they are demanding, being bossy sometimes, and self-centered, and literally sometimes some of them unwilling to accept others' ideas in such. So that is the only point that I able to highlight. And my personal name will be my own name, Haryati. And my audience segment, as Kelly mentioned, students and parents of the student. And then my interest will be knowing about new knowledge, new adventure, and explore new challenges. My personality, basically, I'm a bit reserved, I think so. A good listener sometimes, and not a good talker, because I'm kind of, I would have to say this, straightforward person. And then I love to work with people. My skill I put as patient, I think, and I keen to look into details. And I'm a bit passionate when it comes to the task being given, and I would have to also address, as for my position as a lecturer, I need to do multitask segmentation. And my dreams, of course, my only dream is to live a happy life without any worries. And my social environment, basically stay at home, engaging with social media platform. That's it at this moment.
Thank you, Yati.
Welcome.
Last but not least, Liping. Are you able to share, Liping?
Maybe her internet connection or microphone.
Yeah, could be. So maybe for the benefit, when Liping comes back, so for three of you who have shared this, my persona, what do you think is the, actually this one is quite about discovering yourself, right? So I think Yati shared a lot that she has this, I think Yati is very real in sharing because using the word demanding and bossy. And of course, that is about understanding yourself. So now you start to discover what sort of style of learning that you are in. Remember in chapter 1, we talked about the learning style and all that. Then now the next part is the why the students that want to engage you will be some kind of your strength, right? What sort of strength that you are, and also the not engage you will be, you have roughly guessed it, the weaknesses. If you use this for your students, just to roughly know, it will be more focused on the lower part, which is my dream, my social, my skills. Those will be, you want to know more about them. So when you design anything, either from your gamification kind of what do you call that, the journey, or be it online, offline, then you want to use this method to approach them because that relates better to them. So far, so good?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So understanding that is the first part. So now the second part is, Dr. Chris earlier mentioned about those as a problem statement. I thought in a smaller group, any problem statement objective that you want to look into, that you find that maybe is common among three of you or four. Maybe you all want to bring it up so you all can discuss about it. What is the challenge problem that you find is a good objective for you all to work on?
I think engaging the students more. Engaging, yeah.
So why do you think that that is a challenge? Is it because of the content, or like Dr. Chris mentioned, they just don't attend, or because you find that there is a gap? I don't know. What would be the cost?
I think now, because everything is done online, the classes, and as lecturers, we were never given the proper training on how to um, do a proper online training. What we know, we just show our PowerPoint slides and then start talking. And yeah, if you do that in classroom, I think you can actually basically see their face reactions and so on. Yeah, but sometimes on online learning, you don't see that facial expression, so you cannot react to it. So the engagement would not be as good as in a classroom. Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why we also have this training. Yeah, on how to make it more lively. Yeah, I think engagement is an issue, even though we have been doing this for 3 semesters. We have been doing online classes for 3
Coming to a
semesters.
year now.
Yeah, coming to a year. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I agree with Ronald. It's very difficult from teaching in a physical class because we can see their faces. When we are doing lecture online, is like just now, Leo, you say that I can't see your faces and all that. It's basically us talking to ourselves in a room. Like you're talking to the four walls. You really don't know whether they're there. And sometimes, like us, we don't on our video. You're not even sure whether they are actually listening. Unlike in class, when you see them start playing with their phone and all that, then you need to put in a joke or give them a toilet break or something. But online, it's difficult to tell. You can just about gauge. But I find tutorial activities, then it's a lot more easier to gauge whether they understand or not. Yeah, but lecture it's a bit challenging.
So can I maybe summarize the one that you shared with Ronald will be more about probably whether you won't know the content that's being delivered or your slides, whether they understand or not, whether are they receiving or not, whether are they there or they are just doing something else.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Ronald. Thank you, Kit. Yati?
Oh, Yati is out.
Hey. Okay, that is.
Oh dear.
Internet.
This is also one of the problem.
Yeah, this one, unfortunately, I think none of us can do anything about it.
Yep.
Okay.
So sometimes you also have to be understanding. Some of them, poor thing, also they keep coming in and out. I also feel sorry for them. But you will know after a while. There's only these few students that need to go in and come out again, go in and come back again. So you're also not sure, like whether they get the full, lesson or not. Right.
So it's very direct. Would be this is just not really the gamification part.
Yeah.
Would you all be doing any micro content or something that is bite sized that you will share over to them?
Well, for us, for me, I have a lot of personal consultation with them, especially with their coursework. If it's group, then it's group work lah.
And Ronald?
For me, because I try to limit my lecture class to just an hour. Then after that, we use this platform called CN, and then I would post videos, and then I would start a discussion, normally on YouTube, something that they can actually see and visualize. And I would give them some time to give comments. Other than that, I would use Kahoot.
Yeah, Kahoot is one typical game.
Yeah. Yeah, but at times, some students, since they are outside of the signal boundary, sometimes they are, because Kahoot, you use time, there's a time countdown, for you to answer each question. Sometimes because their internet connection is so lagging, they wouldn't be able to participate. Although you can see at the end of the day who is rank 1, 2, 3, and so on. Also, sometimes the technology limits, how many times you can do and use Kahoot. Yeah, and then turn it in once they submit the assignment. Yeah, you use turn it in to mark the assignment and then give feedback individually. Yeah, so that's what I can think of. I don't really do micro contents like there's one application that we can use to record. StreamYard they call it, but it's also limiting if you don't have a good internet connection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yati, you are back.
Yes.
Sorry, yeah, you dropped on just now. Yeah.
Disconnected.
Yeah, no problem. So, have you shared? You have not, right? Hey, you have shared. You have shared.
Yes.
Not
Typing.
problem. Yeah. Hello.
Is it disconnected again?
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, typing.
Oh, like you're on.
I tried. Like, what am I? Say what, Ron? Now?
Hello.
Sorry, dear, what am I supposed to say? Sorry.
Oh, okay. So you just came on. So, were you with us to do the Who Am I session on the user persona?
I'm on now. Right. I know exactly what's going on, so I know. Yeah.
Sorry, I so sorry. I actually didn't catch that.
I'm with all of you all this while. I can hear you very well. It's just that you can't hear me. I don't know why.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Okay. So, I mean, due to time, I'm also being cautious on that. Maybe if Liping, you can help us by just typing some of it out so that the group will know. But meanwhile, back to Yati, you can also share the problems or the objective because Ronald talked about engagement. Kate spoke about understanding from their because can't see their face and all that. So what about your side?
From my side, as I wrote in my earlier session, it is to do with different background, different qualification. So, like for example, I'm teaching diploma, so they have different mindset. So when it comes to a point where it need to be conducted online, so those who are fresh from high school, they would have a mindset of which we need to give them everything. In which, if let's say for those who have attended partially university wise, for example, taking certification after high school or even getting a foundation and accidentally attended diploma, they have different mindset and they know that by hook or by crook, they need to sustain, they need to survive. So they would be the one who take the lead in terms of ensuring that they are catching up with all the education wise, with all the syllabus. So because of this, sometimes when we have all of them in one class, it will be difficult for us to have that engagement because of this mindset. So that is part of my challenges in regards to teaching in such via online as well. And some of them, because of this background as well, they are not very literate in terms of online. So at a particular point, we even need to coach them before attending the classes. So again, it is also give challenges to us, especially in terms of time constraint.
But I mean, from what Rona and Kate has shared earlier, you all have been doing this for 3 semesters already.
Correct, 3 semesters. But sadly, for my case, I'm teaching new student, basically semester 2 students, which unfortunately for them, okay, it is something new. So yeah, I need to do it over again. From my side, I don't mind, but it is such a hassle for them. It's like, yeah. So that would be my challenges.
Yeah, I think some of it would be the what we call the new normal. Even at corporate, it's also the same.
Correct.
Working also have that. So I think learning is not much difference. Then of course, sorry, Yati, just to carry on from typing side, she wrote, use the same online teaching method as Ronald, watching video, discussion, feedback, very useful for practical classes. And then challenges encountered due to tech problem, extra effort time for exam is allocated in the online classes. So so what we can do now next is to identify among four of you, do you think there's one thing that you want to use? I mean, pattern, one single out all that you have just shared. You want to use this as one of your objective, knowing that there will be overlapping among four of you, right? Is it okay? Engagement, I believe would be engagement, but that is a big word. But what is the engagement insight that you think gamification can help? Gamification designing it can actually increase it. Of course, some technology problem. I mean, we none of us can do anything. That's the government side. So we can only look at, okay, is it on the using some of the mechanics? Is it using some of the understanding after understanding the problem, identifying it, the objective? Now the next one will be the user. So Hayati mentioned different mindset. So do you all face that also? Coming up with the same topic, identifying that as your main objective, use that to start the design. So you want to design, example, an engagement journey. What would be that? Will that be suitable for all four of you? So do you all have a consensus that you can come to? Will be engagement or something else?
Maybe improve understanding instead of using the word engagement, because engagement, like you said, is a big word. So maybe improve understanding.
Okay, Kate?
I just want to know more about your journey of engagement. Is like looking from when to when.
Sorry, me, is it?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's how you say it's journey of engagement. Can I know a little bit more about that?
so when we talk about engagement, that is a very loosely used word, just like what Ronald mentioned. So when I use journey, because now you will start thinking, okay, from this time to this time, this journey, not time, by the way, maybe this journey of level one, challenge one, or your module one. So in your teaching, you have modules as well. You want to do this. Then it's quite structured. I mean, if you ask me, it's nothing new for you because you will be planning it this way, right? But when you're planning your lecture notes and all that, you embed some of it. So Kit's question is slightly different from Ronald. Ronald talks about improve understanding. So then now you improve understanding, you will start need to look into why do they not understand, or what did they understand and what did they not understand. I'm looking at it is like different, slightly different. So what I'm trying to do is four of you all come up with something similar. If not, otherwise, then we will go one by one. Because your situation is slightly different. But this session is supposed to have all of you to come with the one and you go with it. Of course, when you go back, then maybe individually you have your one. So, but to answer kids also, the engagement journey we talked about is you will want to now start thinking what sort of engagement, like Ronald is improvement, right? Improvement of understanding. What is the engagement for you? I think you mentioned the can't see the faces and all that. That one is, I mean, it's a different context. We will not be able to address it here. So what sort of engagement that you are mentioning that we can use maybe like what Ronald did, use Kahoot, for example. That will give rise to some engagement. But will that be a sustainable engagement? Then you not you now need to start thinking on the journey. That's where I meant journey engagement. Journey means I will know the progress. I will know more, putting into your context what sort of area of intervention you want to put in to make it interesting. So interesting also, what is interesting to you may not be interesting to me. So you will want to put it in your context, which I'm not very sure. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. So kind of like types of
That would
methods, types of method or types of gamification method to address different engagement or for different learners.
Yes. I think earlier on session you mentioned, yes, there may be some quick personality session where you can run through with all your audience or students or them to roughly understand what type of students you have. It could be all this while you are delivering in a manner that is different from all your students. And of course, each batch of students, each group, I bet will be slightly different.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is one part, but to generalize it, right, this generalizing it purely, most learners are visual learners.
Yep.
Most. So if you just base on auditory, it may not 100% work. Auditory learners only works as a discussion. So you want to understand that part and then using more visual because without so for us, it's all about data. If you look through the whole journey, it's all about collecting data, understanding that, forming the pattern, and then using this data, now we can start determining what is the right medicine to prescribe.
I think that one
Right
is
mechanic.
important.
So, I mean, if based on what I hear from you all, it's quite individual. But if you have something that all of you all can agree on, then that would be easier. If it's individual, then we have to deal with it individually. Or you have to bring this as a project, you design it individually rather than group. So my earlier assumption is you all can come together to group and to discuss that.
I think we can come to a group consensus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either
I'm
we
flexi.
discuss, either we take engagement or we focus it to improving understanding. I think, yeah. Is it okay, Yati and Kit? Typing?
I'm okay.
Yeah.
For me personally, I would look into um, improving the students' understanding. And from that point, we would also look into what actually excites the student. I mean, in terms of when we want to look into their understanding, something that excites them will be able to lead for them to have that understanding. I mean, that is from my opinion.
So when you, since we have final 2 minutes from the time, when you talk about understanding, it's also good to see, is it based on the result you find that they don't understand because in their exam they score low, what would be the basis of that understanding? So if you want to use this as an objective, then we will define this objective further. Once you break it down, then it will be easier to address to it. So for instance, I'm just giving a quick example, right? The one that today, the whole 4 hours, would y'all be understanding to me? Would y'all understand? So then this is the objective I need to set. I cannot teach you everything in 4 hours. I can only set this few part. And of course, we may keep repeating it. We may add in, we will put example. That will be some of the things that we can do. But back to gamification, I actually derail a little bit. This will be the teaching method. So back to the gamification, that would be the how you want to excite them. So I think that would be more like what Yati mentioned. So the immediate one, of course, I think like what Ronald did, he uses some of the tools outside, which is good. But the bigger picture here will be how you want to design the mechanics into whatever that you're doing. So probably after this, if you're interested, we can also, look into some of the mechanics, use these mechanics to help retain the learning experience. Basically, you are talking about learning retention. Okay.
Yep.
I hope we have more time, but I'm just being sensitive with everyone's time because it's going to be 5. So let's go back to the main room where we can just do a recap.
How do we go back to the main room?
You are in the main room.
Oh, okay, okay,
The
okay.
rest, they have to come back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We are back.
Hi Joshua. Sorry, I have to end it because it's already 5.
Oh, it's exactly 5. We had a good session.
Good, okay.
Very fruitful session.
But they are not back yet.
How many rooms left? Oh yeah, Brandon's session will take the longest.
But they have 2 minutes to end it. Otherwise, everyone will just come back. Yeah.
Yep. So we'll let you take the lead again.
Okay. Let's give it. Okay, some of them are coming back now.
Ronald, how was yours?
Okay.
Who's in your team?
So what happened over there?
Me, Lighting, Leo, Yati, and Kitong.
Wow. We got all the boys. Me, Justin, Ruben, Choban, and
Bruce.
Bruce, yeah, exactly.
Ah.
What, Ron? Can you hear me or not?
Yeah, everyone, I think now we are in the main room.
Everyone's back?
I believe so because we have the force timer to force everyone out.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So sorry, everybody. I have to force everyone back. Yeah. So I'm just being sensitive of the time. I know many of us will be not going elsewhere, but going to cook for those housewives, or you're going to cook your meals, right? But I hope the
Men also cook, you know.
Yep, gender bias. Hashtag.
So I hope the session is fruitful because I know we hope that there will be more time. Like I mentioned earlier, as a matter of fact, it's supposed to be on a roundtable discussion island, then where you all will feedback whatever that you all have discussed, and we can go through from there. What we hope this session can give you is to understand the user persona, yourself, starting from yourself. Next, we'll be going to your users, which is your students, or Dr. Chris earlier mentioned customer. So after that, then you want to formulate or even set up your own hypothesis of objective and problem. So maybe I just do a quick share of 2 minutes before taking too much time. So our group, of course, we have Ronald, we have Kit, we have Lai Peng, and Yati. So the problem objective that we have kind of come to a consensus. There's some fight, not a lot. on engagement, but specifically on improving understanding, right? How would this gamification can design in terms of the objective of improving understanding and excite the user, right? Of course, there are other problems that they face, like can't see the face, internet, light ping was keep dropping in and going in and dropping out. But I think, sorry, some of the problems are technical problem, some will be more user problem. Maybe I pass to the next person.
All right. So sorry that that something that's happening in Leo. Hopefully no COVID. Okay. So hashtag virtual. That's where virtual meetup comes in. Okay, everyone. These are some of the tips that we can provide for everyone. Remember, at the end of the sessions, or we will send everyone this slide so that you guys can have something we call tapa balik. No takeaway localization, right? Tapa balik so that you can actually understand how can you design a gamification during learnings. These are some of the very simple ones that I believe maybe during the breakout rooms, right? We also have done this, or we have discussed about it, giving points. Like for example, those who will be punctual of the students, right? Give them 10 points or give them 100 points because you want to change the habit of punctuality. Remember, your objective is punctuality. Your problem or your issue is about students keep on missing out, and how to solve it is give them points if they attend and give them points if they actually sign up or anyhow. So these are things that you can do, right? Create playful barriers, which means that you can actually create some tasks, a sudden death or a sudden quest. Like ask them, hey, like hospitality, right? In terms of traveling, ask them, go to your nearby place, pick up an item that represents you as a country that you think is a representative of it. So these are things that you can do. In fact, not just about asking them to look at the lecture slides and to understand how does that work. Ask them why you select, like for example, this flask that represents you. So these are things that can be done, in fact. And of course, we have other methods as well. A lot of things can be done, but most importantly, link it back to the objective that you wish to solve and the personas as well.
Brandon,
yeah.
can you share your group one?
Okay, I think we have some sharings during our group. I would say that some of us, right, we mentioned about, hey, we want them to create a competition during the lecturer classes, not just during a tutorial. Create a competition or create you can say that a small mini competitions, 5 minutes time, for example, to make that happen, to let all the users, right, to spark the discussion. And based on that itself, right, the competition, the users can either share on social media or they can actually create a proposal straight out of it and then send to the dean if they want to. So these are things that can be done. How about your group, Leo?
No, I share already. Maybe.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Joshua, do you manage to find anything in any great insights that you managed to discover during the breakout rooms?
Oh, actually, I found a lot of interesting things. Hang on a second. All right, around my family members, they are talking, but I don't want them to talk. So the interesting thing we found out just now is when we were talking about the pros and cons in the character, and a lot of them actually, they like Gobi talking about he wants things to be done quick. So when we talk about done quick, we talk about the college virtual learning because most of them are actually directing the student. So they were also talking about like, oh, most people don't feel engaged, come up with a lot of excuses, why they can't come to class. And also one of the observations I made is a lot of students actually, their grade drop. And also just now also Liana talked about student preference, the student actually work harder when they get close to the lecturer. But the thing is, most of the lecturer, you cannot have a lot of students liking you in the same time. And things are just getting worse in the COVID virtual time. So that's the observation that we managed to find out that actually most people, the general conclusion is most people, they feel like in a virtual learning, it's very, very difficult for them to actually get engaged with their lecturers. And also the lecturers just now, so they would mention like, oh, student actually finding them in the wrong time, instead of the learning time, they go and find them in the random time. It's also a very added stress to the lecturers as well, especially this time. So that's from my breakout group.
Another breakout room. I think Bruce just dropped out. Who will be on the other breakout room? Maybe you all can share.
Nixon?
And right, actually Liana just now mentioned, right, she actually designed a very simple gamification where she asked the student to go and play this mini game made by Adobe Illustrator. It's like a very simple game to keep the students engaged, So, but the thing is right now, most of the lecturers may not be able to figure out like different gamification method. Like this is the first time I hear like someone use Adobe Illustrator to actually design the game for them to play.
Wow, thank you.
Nice. So, okay, wait. All right, so that's it for my breakout room.
Okay, Bruce is in. Bruce, can you hear? Thing is not connected. Bruce.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, Bruce. Hello?
Hello, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, Bruce. So you're back. Can you share what your group has gone through, discussed?
Okay, actually we found an interesting problem. Actually, first time we discussed sometimes,
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, actually we found a interesting problem. First time we discussed about I feel sometimes when the lecturer talk, especially on the online class, when the lecturer asks some question, then nobody respond. So the lecturer also don't know whether the student really learn something or not. Maybe they just play game in there. You also don't know. Even the lecturer is performing so nice, but the student also not listening. Yes, but is from another side is who blaming too. It's it's also a lecture problem, right? Even a lecturer sing a song from them, they don't want to listen. Also nothing can do. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's all from me.
Okay, thank you. Anyone from anything else you all want to add on, which your facilitator did not update, or something that you find that would be interesting to chip in?
I think in our group, Bruce trying to do a good job, but he was just rather nervous because all of us are his previous lecturers, and it was seriously it was a mind blowing game for him, lah.
Yeah,
But
I'm just quite scared to talk to
he
her.
did a good job though. He did a good job. He's trying to facilitate us as well in a manner to complete the task given. So yeah, it was okay, but yeah, it was good for me.
Thank you so much.
Leo, I have actually one question in
Yes.
regards of how do you actually balancing the players when you have killer, at the same time you have the explorer. When you set the games up, killer tend to have more effort and more enthusiastic towards gaining. I'm not saying explorer do not have, but when they do, suddenly being cut off by the killer, then it will somehow demotivate and probably they cannot score high. In a way, so you have one favorable and one non-favorable. Then how do you like balance it to make it equal to all the players?
Very good question, Aaron. Thank you. So when you have a different type of user in your game setup, all right, or your groups, right? If you use this as a example, you want to always understand that different players, like Aaron mentioned, will respond differently to different mechanics. So he used that killer. Sometimes they only, if your games or the mechanics that you use are skewed towards one, of course, then one will overkill the other players, right? So it's always about, I give you a very good example, like just now, right? Whatever we have done on sharing the points that you can earn to game this game, right? This simple game. We also add in the sharing on social life and all that. I'm not sure, but correct me if I'm wrong. Not everyone will do that, all right? Unless the point is high enough or the reward is big and attractive enough. And when it comes to reward also, not everyone would be responsive towards a certain type of reward. That's why you want to have variety of variables to cater to it. And for to answer Aaron's question, if you know your group has a lot of killer and only one explorer, then not that we don't want to be favorable or not that, we have to still follow the majority. But of course, at the same time, we will encourage the socialer or the explorer to slightly go be more flexible into maybe joining the killer. That would be one. So in an ideal world, of course, there's only this is very balanced. But in reality, sometimes we can't choose our user, just like you can't choose your students, right? You want to have a variety to suit a variety of players. And some players, there will be the outlier. There's always outlier where you, however, whatever you do to them, also they won't want. So you may have the very academic, maybe the very smart people that they just want to go there and study. Whether you do whatever, they also will not respond to it. Those are the one that's like, okay, those just don't respond to you. That's all. You cannot, not to say we don't want to care, but it's very hard to please everyone. You also have another outlier. Whatever you do, also they don't respond. They don't understand. They don't study the weaker part. So that will be, I think that will be a slightly different way to address. Whatever we are sharing today, if I use a bell curve as an analogy, we're addressing to the 80% to 90% of the population, right? You have the two sides of the outlier, which sometimes it will be have to be addressed differently or individually. So far, so good.
Yep, thank you, Leo.
Yeah, I know it's unfair to say that, but unfortunately, that has to be this way because that's how it's being designed. Yeah. So it's very hard to individually pinpoint. Just like in our group discussion, also we try to find a pattern. We try to group the problem objective into one so that the discussion can flow. If everything is individual, then it's customized. Then we have to tailor make already. So that comes to it. Without going into very much detail of it, let me just finish these two. One more thing we need to do, which I forgot, which we need to take photo. But I think if we have the recording, we can snippet the photo from there. Like what Brandon has covered just now, this is some tips that we hope that you can use. Because we don't have a lot of time to go through all the details, I just thought I come up with this that's more relevant in learning so that you can take a look at this. And then when you go back, this will be some tips for you. Some people also did ask, this is a full 2 days course where you have level 1 to level 6. So what I have done is to plug some of those content out to come up with a crash course in 4 hours. So some of it you see I actually covered in some of the level. I just take one of it out, take one of it out and two and put it there. If you ask me, I find that the level 6 is the part I do not touch, but I find that it's very important. So a little bit like what Aaron mentioned, the epic fail, how to avoid them, right? And the rest of it, this is a 2 days program. If anyone is interested, of course, we hope that some of y'all will be interested to continue into it. Then that's where the learning happens more. Today's session is just a introduction, but I hope most of the content we share is also valuable and useful for you all. Before we end, or anything that you want to ask or any question, so that I'm just being mindful of the time, that's all.
Yeah, I have two questions. One question is about level 6. Actually, I talked to Brandon before we organize this training. Level 6, maybe we can look into this with Berjaya, BUC, HR, see whether how we can actually claim from HRDF, because if we can claim from HRDF, I want the whole team in again to cover the level 6 so that they know how to tackle any situation, you know. Uh, this is one part. Maybe I can work it out with Brandon later on.
Yep.
The second question is, before I start join this Zoom, um, I actually did the questions for the questions. You know, they ask questions about the test
FAQ.
book. Yeah, I did. I finished everything, and how to get back the. I wanted to know my score and all these things.
The one that Dr. Chris mentioned is the assessment. Remember the 108
Yeah.
assessment. All right.
That's why I
We,
was
we
late
will we
going
will
to this
send
session.
Yeah, we will send you over the email on those who have done, because if I'm not mistaken, not all of you who has done it. I'm not sure. I have to double check on the names again. But we will send you that report, but there will be no kind of like the explanation that part.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, that will be, yeah. So Dr. Chris, you understand? Then we will email after this, not
Yes.
immediately, but probably next few days.
Can, no problem, because I have done a few personality tests. So I know how to go through the whole thing. I just want to see, you know. So maybe Brandon, after this, when you are free, we can actually discuss about the level 6, so that I can bring my HR people, because I wanted to give benefit to my team so that they can improve and enhance their teaching as well. And of course, another thing is their KPI. They have to add their training point inside there. Yeah.
For the 48 hours, is it?
Yes. So yeah. So thank you, Mixon. Yeah, again, and all the team actually join except into my AA, yeah, admin, academic admin staff, because her grandfather passed away yesterday, so they have ritual all these thing in Penang. Yeah. So thank you so much for everyone. Yeah. Maybe Leo, you want to wrap up the whole thing?
Yeah, so just to, I mean, nothing biggie. Basically, if you are okay to join, let's say later on, we will still go through all the level 6. So not only just level 6, we'll go through level 1, the more in depth of it, but that would be the next things to discuss, right?
Yeah.
And also, thank you everyone. I think before we wrap up, actually, we have to announce the winner.
Let's take a group photo first. Is it possible, so that we can have a group session? If you are able to switch on, feel free to switch on your camera or your webcams on hand. All right. I think Leo, maybe you stop sharing first, so that you have the big piece of everyone is in the same room.
Wait, huh?
Okay.
This is so bad.
Have to. Okay, just let me do the gallery view. All right. So is everyone on? Hey, we have like a lot of people here. Okay, getting on. Everyone is getting on. It's good. It's good. All right. I think Bruce is not. Oh, Bruce is there. I just forgot Bruce is there. All right. So let on the count of 3, let us take a group photo. A funnier one or anyone you want to be. Okay. So on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, great. Hold on a second. Let me do another one. Give me a second because
later on you will send to us.
Yes, I will send you all an email to thank everyone for the participations and everything, and then along with the picture as well.
Yes.
Okay, so one more. Maybe let's have one more, a funny one, or like no COVID lah, serious guy. Don't want to be serious. We have to be out of our mind, and we have to connect with the universe or anyhow. So just grabbing around. Okay, let us do another funny one. All right, in 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, great. Thank you so much, everyone. Okay, let me just save that first before I forgot. Awesome. So it was a very, very interesting journey to have everyone based on the curiosity that you guys have, based on the